for you?
Title is Chief Sustainability and Education Officer.
Oh, can you hold that for a second?
Sure. Okay. Ready to go?
Yeah. Do we have a So I'll just be handing over to them. Okay. Hello, everybody. Still the hushed silence, and I thought, I can't leave a stage empty and without my presence. I'm Henry Fenby-Taylor. I'll be emceeing today, and if you have any problems, just let me know, and we'll sort that out. Big thank you to Bentley for hosting this. What a fantastic building, what a view. And it's great to see so many friendly faces, so many old faces, so many new faces, and by old, I meant as in old acquaintances. On that note, I think we should perhaps begin. So this is the Zero Empowering Future Leaders event in partnership with Bentley as part of the London Climate Action Week. So we are going to begin with the introduction and welcome. So I would like to welcome to the stage, first of all, Jonathan Monkley, who's the founder of Zero, one of the founders, and also Chris Bradshaw, who is, and I've been instructed on this, so if he looks at me with disdain, I'll know I'm wrong, is the Chief Sustainability and Education Officer? I got it right. So if you could give a big round of applause for them, we'll welcome them to the stage.
Hello.
Hello.
How are we doing? It's not,
Good,
it's not,
good.
it's not a comedy
Well,
sketch.
I don't know what we need.
Do we need these? Do we need these? Is it okay?
You need it for the live.
Oh, we need it for...
Oh, yeah. All right.
Is it probably worth some housekeeping to start with, since we are professional?
Yes. So, well, first of all, again, Chris Bradshaw. Welcome to our Bentley offices here in London. The obligatory safety briefing. So the emergency exit is right over there through that gap where the little green sign is. We are not expecting a drill. So if the alarm goes off, it's for real and we're all out that door. Ladies is actually on the way to the emergency exit. So ladies' restroom is right there. Men's is across the other side by the kitchen. We do recycle here. So we ask that if you have paper cups or other materials, the trash bins are all labeled. So there's food waste, there's special place for coffee cups, there's special place for plastic, etc. So please, please take note of that. And if anybody has any concerns about being able to exit for needing extra assistance, please see Yasmin if the alarm goes off. All right, I think that's got it covered.
I think you should tell everyone a little bit about what you do, though, rather than just talk about fire exits.
Fair enough, fair enough. So I head up a group that is responsible for Bentley's sustainability and education initiatives. And so, and of course, we love the intersection of those two things, right? Which helping educate people about sustainability initiatives right across all that we do. So maybe taking a step backwards, we're Bentley Systems, not the car company, but engineering software company. So for 40 years, we have been producing design, engineering analysis, construction management, and operations and maintenance software for the infrastructure industry, for the built world, basically, right? As I think all of you are very familiar with what I mean by built infrastructure as opposed to IT infrastructure, right? So we're all about the built infrastructure, transportation, water, energy, cities, et cetera. So one of the things that's interesting to note about, I guess, in terms of, we're here at London Climate Week, again, probably something everybody in here knows, but just as a reminder, what percent of GHG emissions are connected to infrastructure? Does anybody know?
Don't give my presentation away.
65? Anybody else? Well, it does depend a little bit on how you count it, and it sounds like Jonathan's going to talk about it, perhaps.
Slightly, in a slightly different angle to it, but yes.
So by many estimations, it's more than 80, which is kind of astounding. Now, that does include the cars that run on the transportation networks, et cetera. So it's not strictly about the infrastructure. It's also about the things that use the infrastructure. But it's significant, right? Hugely significant. And so both the working in this industry, you could say, oh my gosh, we're part of the problem. But at the same time, imagine the leverage, right? If we can make improvement in infrastructure, what a huge gain for the planet. Huge gain for the planet. So that, I think, is something that we hold very near and dear. And so even tiny fractions of a percent can have a huge impact. And this is one of the things that I think is so important, right? People sometimes get caught up in, oh, well, this is only going to have this little effect. But those little effects are cumulative across such a wide swath, right? And I think the other thing that is very encouraging, glass half full, because it's easy to get really bummed out, right? Especially these days, right? Geopolitical, and oh my gosh, there's so many things to get bummed out about when you think about the future. But the thing that gives me energy, we had a group of high school students in here on Monday, and they were presenting a project that they were doing as a part of their grade 6 class, where they were designing a new rail station, right, for their town to connect up to. And they went through how the requirements and how they researched it, and then they showed us their proposed designs. And what was really heartening in their presentations is they talked about the problem and the solutions that they came up with. They weren't just talking about how to make a train system connect or how to design the train stations in a sort of engineering context. They talked about it with respect to how is this going to work for the community? Why is this going to be better for the population? And how is it going to be better, or how is it going to be worse? And I think one of the things that, as you step back, I've been in this industry for 35 years, longer than some of you have been alive. And one of the things about infrastructure in the old days is that it largely got decided based on the economics, and usually the early economics. How much is it going to cost to build this thing? And a lot of infrastructure didn't pay attention to environmental impact, didn't pay attention to social impact, and frankly, didn't pay attention to life cycle impact, right? It was very focused on, this is going to cost $10 billion and take 2 years to do, or whatever. And that was kind of and we were all trying to optimize on least amount of time, least amount of money for that phase. We know now that that is a suboptimal way to think about managing infrastructure, right? The decisions that you take that minimize costs in the beginning often are the ones that create even greater costs throughout the life cycle, and that's hugely problematic. Not to mention social impact, right? There's a lot of infrastructure that got built that divided communities, that made the good part of the town and the bad part of the town kind of things. And some of that arguably was intentional, right? Horrible outcome. Today, I would say that is largely not acceptable in most parts of the world, and with projects that have a lot of visibility. Probably still happening, and once again, it's this law of small projects and little things that add up. Same for the environmental impact, right? And that's, I think, more of the topic for today. But these things are all linked, right? And then again, this is the thing that I would appeal to, and what I saw with these young people, right? When you're thinking about infrastructure development and infrastructure systems and existing systems, right? Because that's the other piece. How much of the infrastructure we have today will we have 25 years from now? Probably all of it, right? How much new infrastructure is going to be built in the next 25 years? Fraction of what already exists. So if we only focus on new infrastructure, we're focusing on less than 10% of all the infrastructure that we're going to be dealing with in the next 25, 30 years, right? So it's really important that we focus on existing infrastructure and how to make it more more environmentally sustainable, more socially accepted and integrated. And certainly we have to absolutely think about cost. So my summing comment, when we think about infrastructure, think about 3 impacts. The environmental impact of the thing that you're working on, the social impact, and the economic impact. Those are all important, no doubt. I'm not saying economics and the cost and the schedule aren't important. They absolutely are. They clearly are. They're the things that usually get the most visibility. But if you think about all 3 of those things being treated equally, and you're making trade-offs against those 3 things, there is an optimal solution that maximizes outcome for all 3. There's probably many, right? But you have to think about that from the very, very, very beginning. And it is hard to retroactively repair those kinds of things. So with that,
I'll give you a 10-second introduction to me after that fantastic start today. But basically what I think Chris was saying is you can have a huge impact in the built environment with the decisions you make every day, and I think that is what today is about. But so hi, I'm Jonathan Munkley. You are going to hear from me in a bit more detail, so I shan't go into everything, but I have several hats. I am one of the co-founders of Zero. Also I'm head of digital services for WSP. Usually spend my entire life with imposter syndrome, particularly in the sustainability world, because I'm not an expert. But it's great to be here today. But Chris, feel free to take a seat. We're going to jump on to the next session now with, I'm going to be joined, and if my clicker works, I'm going to be joined by Savina and Anthony for a really interesting fireside chat. But we will do some introductions and grab some more microphones. Here, Chris has the other microphone. Should we grab some chairs? I think we should sit down. I think this is
Yeah, if it's a 45-minute.
yeah, it's a long one. It's a long one to stand up for.
Sit down. Oh, thank you so much. Yeah, thank you. Right, thank you, Chris.
Just get my. So, would you like to introduce yourself first before we get going?
Sure. So I'm Savina Carluccio. I'm the executive director of an NGO called International Coalition for Sustainable Infrastructure, or ICSI. We work with engineers, the engineering community globally. We work with the private sector, academia, civil society, government, UN agencies. So we really just broad church. And what we want to do is really raise the voice of the engineering community internationally on topics of sustainability, resilience, climate action, nature positive, infrastructure development. And within the engineering community, what we want to do is actually activate them, mobilize them, help promote capacity building activities, and we also do advocacy. So that's kind of a broad brush, but just to say, and we do work with young engineers, youth-led campaigns, and I can tell you a bit more about that later. You have it.
Everyone's got a mic.
Thanks. Yeah, I'm Anthony Kane. I'm the president and CEO of the Institute for Sustainable Infrastructure. Similar names, and in fact, I think I joked that we're kind of cousins. Yeah, we're siblings or cousins. We're a nonprofit organization that was created through a collaboration of 3 large American engineering associations. So the American Society of Civil Engineers, which is like your ICE here, represents the licensed professional engineers. The American Public Works Association, which represents many of the public infrastructure owners at the local government level, and the American Council of Engineering Companies, which represents the consulting firms. And our work really centers around the Envision rating system. So if many of you may be familiar with the LEED rating system for buildings, we are a rating system specifically for infrastructure, the type of infrastructure that Chris talked about, the energy, water, transportation systems. And just a quick question, because I'm curious, since we're targeting the future leaders, how many of you are students, young professionals, new professionals? Okay. Yeah, great. Well, it's a pleasure to meet you, and hopefully this is a good conversation.
So we're here to, I mean, I think everyone in this room is about pushing the boundaries of engineering. And we're here with two leaders who are kind of trying to really redefine that. Rather than me interviewing each of you, how about we look at what we think differs from sustainability and nature-based approaches, I think was our first kind of thread, because that's quite an, as not an expert, I think it's quite a challenge when you talk about like decarbonisation and removing concrete versus biodiversity versus let's plant some trees. What's your take on that out of interest?
Thank you, Jonathan. So as part of our work, we did recently a big study and consultation on a topic that is called nature-positive engineering. That doesn't really exist. We are actually defining it as we're doing this global study. And we are defining it as, we've landed on this definition that is engineering that protects, restores, and enhances nature while delivering societal well-being. So how does that differ from sustainability, right? So this is actually was part of the key points that came out from this study, is that we are now seeing, we're in a crisis, not just climate crisis, we're also nature crisis. And in this, we've neglected our planet. We haven't taken care of our planet, and now we are in a situation where the biodiversity loss is just at a rate that's never been seen before. And these two crises are linked. Climate crisis and nature crisis are linked. They cannot be looked at in isolation. And that's kind of one point. The other point is that us as engineers, I'm assuming that the majority of people here are engineers, us as engineers have not traditionally seen nature as something that we can partner with or a collaborator with our solutions or something that we put in place. Traditional engineering view is something to work around, to control. We've changed the course of rivers. We just
dig holes, build tunnels,
we just
smash through buildings.
So I mean, and this is like a bleak picture of engineering. I know engineering has hopefully evolved since then, and moved more towards sustainability. But the point of this study is actually that engineers should really take nature under their wing, as they have the kind of public safety, the key objectives other than safety, reliability, efficiency, and all of those things, while nature risk should really come on the engineer's risk register, because there is a material risk that is connected to nature risk, which is we're part of nature. If nature is in trouble, we are in trouble. There is an existential threat. So we, as engineers who are protecting people, we should protect nature, because if we are not, then it will come back to us. And so, to answer your question, how is this different from sustainability? Sustainability traditionally is considering, assessing the environmental impact, minimize it, mitigating it. Actually, we're at a point in a nature crisis that we need to actually restore and regenerate nature. And that should become part of what engineers do.
So, by nature crisis, what specifically do you mean? Because I know there's been a recent film from David Attenborough on the ocean being destroyed. You can look at what we're studying now. I mean, the world needs infrastructure, it needs buildings. So what do we necessarily mean by a nature crisis? Yeah, so
biodiversity is what's most talked about. So it's like the abundance and the diversity of species in the ecosystems. Natural ecosystems. But actually, it's not just biodiversity, it's also ecosystem integrity and functionality. So there's two things that you need to be looking at when you think about natural ecosystems. And for natural ecosystems to exist and thrive, those things need to be, there needs to be sufficient biodiversity. Ecosystems need to be healthy and functioning. And this is important for us because we are so dependent on nature. We are dependent on nature for food. We are dependent on nature for protection against climate change. We are dependent on nature for mental health. There's so many different things that we need to be. And the ocean, in the case, I haven't watched the documentary yet.
No, I haven't yet. I've just seen the reviews of it.
But actually, I've been told it's a quite uplifting. It's a bleak picture of the ocean, and the trawling and deep trawling and so forth, destroying the habitats. But it's also a message of hope, I heard, and so I'm going to watch it, because ocean and nature regenerates itself. So it's something that if protected, is allowed, is put in the right condition, then it regenerates itself. The problem is that it regenerates itself in a very long time. It doesn't, it takes time. Once the ecosystem is damaged, it takes time to bounce back. It's not like you repair the piece of concrete wall.
You can't flick the nature button back on or, Anyway, Anthony, does that resonate with the work you're doing? Like the right project, should we do this project, all that kind of stuff? Is that the kind of things you're picking up on?
Oh, absolutely, and I completely agree with Savina. I'm a bit of a history nerd. I love it. So I loved what Savina started with when she mentioned, the majority of the history of humanity, right, is about surviving nature. And then for a period there, we were very excited to begin to manipulate nature and start to exert some control. And now we're at the point where our ability to modify the earth is so significant that we're breaking nature, right? So I think the cultural mindset hasn't quite caught up yet, where there's still something kind of appealing about it, right? Even I was, a couple months ago, I was at the Hoover Dam, right, in Las Vegas, and you love to see these big engineering works that have accomplished something. It can be sometimes less exciting, but more important to do the nature positive designs. I think the reality is we need to appreciate that nature is actually a pretty good and a pretty efficient engineer. And what's exciting to see now is more of a trend of interventions that we've done in the past, where we're now realizing that those had negative consequences. And I've seen a lot of projects where we're actually going in and ripping out those projects and trying to get back to a more natural system. So one example, just briefly, is I was talking about yesterday, the University of British Columbia. When they were developing the campus, there was a creek. This is actually very common. So they just put a culvert in, ran the creek underground, and over the years now they've had issues, and a sinkhole developed in the middle of the campus. And so they use that crisis as an opportunity, and they're now what is called daylighting. They're bringing the creek back as a natural feature, trying to implement some more natural systems. So we're actually seeing a lot of engineering opportunities to take out those old interventions and come back to something that's a little bit more natural. And you see it not even just with the biological. A lot of cities had elevated highways, at least in the United States. A lot of elevated highways going through the cities, we're ripping those out. Yeah. We're taking it back to kind of a more human-centric city environment.
Yeah, there's some really interesting examples of high-rise roads in the UK that have made people sick because there's schools below them. Yeah. And obviously the car pollution then drops on the school kids. So they've lowered the speed limits on those schools on those roads. I'm assuming we will shift away from that model. So slightly, not off topic, but I think it's quite an important discussion when you go down this route. A lot of the work Zero's done is speaking to people who pay for stuff. So the developers, people signing checks, people with an interest in the commerciality of everything that's built. And interestingly, I got invited to a WhatsApp group of probably about 100 developers based in Asia. And every single one of them is building stuff that their portfolio was insanely big. It's quite a scary WhatsApp to be in, to be honest. But every single one of them wanted to build sustainably, but they needed the business case to stack up. Ultimately, even though they wanted to, they needed the business case to work. They either need to make more money per square meter, or it needs to be cheaper. Or there's legislation that points them down the road that says they have to do it, or they're non-compliant. How do we tackle that challenge? And that probably opens threads into discussions around capitalism, circular economy, all that kind of stuff, because unlimited growth in a world where we're trying to fix it is, in my opinion, I can't see how we can do it. Because if you talk about what a country wants to do, it wants to add 3% every year to its economy, and if you times that by 24 years, it's doubled its output. Like, how do we tackle that insanely complex challenge? I don't have an answer, but let's try and pull the thread.
Yeah, well, I can jump in because it is an interesting topic. We could probably spend the whole 45 minutes just talking about this one. But I think one of the challenges is kind of what Chris was starting with, with his remarks. The reality is with sustainability in general, but specifically sustainable infrastructure, if you zoom out and look at it in a very objective way, it is the best business case, just factually, right? Because we're talking about long-term, efficient, least impactful, best for humanity, best for the environment. the problem is that our existing governance and financial models don't lend themselves to sort of allocating those benefits where they're most incentivized, or aligning those incentives. So the challenge in many cases is different levels of governance, financial structures, collaboration that we need to work on aligning so that incentives are in the right place. Just one example, which is kind of interesting, is PPPs, the public-private partnerships we're seeing. Now, they're not inherently sustainable, but they can be structured in a way that at least helps align those incentives. In the US, and I think this is true in many places in the world, there are sometimes disincentives. So the people who are funding and building the capital projects are not the people who are going to be operating it. So even the really low-hanging fruit of let's design something that's more energy efficient, more water efficient, they have no incentive to invest more because they're not going to receive any payback. And that's kind of one of those just like, let's hit our head against the wall, stupid.
Yeah, 100%.
So yeah.
And maybe just building on what you're saying, and just on the PPP point, we recently developed a guidance for climate resilient infrastructure PPPs, trying to understand, how do we allocate the risk? It's all about risk allocation. How do you allocate the risk between the private and public party? And when you think about climate, there's that uncertainty that is inherent to climate change, and so the private party saying, why should I take on the force majeure kind of act of God type of event that never materialized before, and I should pay for keeping the road open, right? So that's kind of the private sector. There needs to be a business case for this. But so that's kind of picking up on that point. But then building on this, those natural solutions, those nature-based solutions or nature-inclusive solutions, they're generally cheaper. When you do the business case of this, it's actually cheaper to build hybrid. This is actually one of the key points I wanted to make. You have a spectrum from gray and green or blue, and there is like that in between. There is hybrid, green-gray, and etc. So when you think about future-proofing infrastructure that is either new and being built or retrofit in the existing infrastructure, and you think, okay, what hierarchy of solutions do I have to retrofit or to build new? And when you think about sustainability, when you think about costs and so forth, and the trade-offs, because there's always trade-offs, then the natural solutions, they actually come as cheaper. The two problems is like us as engineers, there is no standards that guides us to design and build and implement and maintain this kind of solutions. They are there is a level of nervousness, like a piece of concrete, how it will behave. You can calculate. Including natural elements is making it more sort of. I'm a geotechnical engineer, and as I was trained and I was kind of practicing, there is the observational method, right? You excavate, you see how it behaves, and then you put like a prop, and then you excavate some more and see how it behaves, and so forth. And so, in a sense, the observational method that you apply as an engineer, as a geotechnical engineer, you can apply to this type of solution. You can observe how they kind of perform, and then you collect data and you monitor and see how they actually perform in the long term. And this is the piece that is missing, that then needs to be fed into standards, and then engineers then will be more comfortable including this type of solutions.
The standards chat, we did a piece of work on the standards globally, and it is really confusing.
And I don't want to take us too far off schedule, but I do have a specific
Go off
example.
schedule.
So we did a case study in Los Angeles where, so for those of you who aren't familiar, Los Angeles, it's an interesting situation where it is both sort of water strained. They don't have enough water, but then when it does rain, they have very intense rainfall and flooding. And they have water quality issues, just being a large urban area. And there's actually 3 departments within the government that manage and fund projects that deal with all 3 of those issues of water availability, of stormwater flooding, and of water quality. And this was a case study on a project, and I mentioned those 3 because sometimes we also try to lump in what we call externalities, right? The social benefits, the beautification that might come from a nature, and those can be difficult to quantify monetarily. But in this case, you had 3 agencies where you could put a very specific and real dollar value to those 3 issues. And they had a neighborhood called Sun Valley that was flooding because of the stormwater. The stormwater system was not large enough to handle the volume of water. And the very traditional approach would be to just expand the pipes, right? Make bigger. And they looked at, okay, it would be about $75 million of cost to expand the gray infrastructure system, and that would return a benefit of around $78 million by preventing flooding. So, okay, we've got a $3 million positive return on investment. Most people would say, green, rubber stamp that, that's a great project. Now, they did look at a green infrastructure solution, so rather than expanding all of the gray pipes and everything, looking at bioswales, looking at holding tanks, groundwater infiltration, all of that, and the price tag on that would be about $120 million. Now, usually the conversation stops right there, and they say, wait, $75 million versus $120 million, this is insane. Sustainability costs so much. But the green solution had groundwater infiltration, right, which was giving water back to the groundwater. It was treating the water, which was improving the water quality, and it was preventing the flooding. So when you looked at those three different departments and what they would price it at, you could have said, well, they should each just pay $40 million and get their, I mean, it wasn't exactly split evenly, but they could look at the value that each of them was getting and divide up the cost, and they couldn't figure out a way to do that legally, financially, but the benefit, the payback, was actually $170 million for the green water. Sorry. So yes, the gray infrastructure solution had a net positive return on investment, $78 million versus $75 million of cost. The sustainable solution cost a lot more, 120, but it had a much bigger positive return on investment. And if those agencies had been able to find a way to divide up that cost, it would have cost them each less to do the sustainable solution.
That's proper typical kind of hilarious things that you deal with, and you just look and go, oh, that's silly, and you can't do anything about it. But I mean, it's a really good example. I live on a medium-sized new build estate, and instead of putting drainage in, they've just put swales and ponds everywhere to prevent flooding. And instead of them, they're literally now full of water and full of wildlife, and it's completely transformed the development. They didn't expect them to flood. I wouldn't like to speak to the water engineer on that site, but it's completely, I've literally got like a mini lake outside my house now, which is really nice. It was never meant to fill up, but now it's just permanently flooded with about 6 inches of water, and it's really nice. But there's something that jumped into my head. The cost isn't necessarily always the issue, I find. I was working on a project where the client specifically wanted ultra low carbon concrete, and they were happy to pay for it. The challenge that we had in that particular case was it was going to add 18 months to program to get the same specification of concrete for that particular project, and the client was like, can't deal with that because money. But I think we are starting to see cases, again, in the Asian market where they are able to procure low carbon concrete, which is cheaper and quicker to procure than traditional concrete. So there is some positives. And on the positive note, I think it is worth talking about some positive solutions and some transformative solutions, because there is good work being done. And obviously the stuff you're doing, I'm sure you're coming across really good examples of like best practice and stuff that kind of makes you feel like you are making progress. I don't know whether you could share some of those examples.
Not sure if you got pictures from me.
Do we have pictures? We might have pictures. Did you share some slides?
Yeah,
oh.
But I'm not sure if you have. If not, I'll describe.
We do have the slides. We shall have the slides. I shall.
Just to show,
Henry, our esteemed
just to
MC.
show some examples from that study that I mentioned, Nature Positive Engineering, that focused on oceans, so ocean and coastal environments, ecosystems. And so we looked specifically at offshore renewable energy. So much new development will go into offshore renewable energy. And so one of the questions was, okay, what examples exist? Oh, yes. Okay, so let me just... All right. So, yeah, so as I said, we focused on 3 different topics. This one is about coastal protection and adaptation, and what solutions exist at the moment. The coastal protection and adaptation has been actually quite active for decades on this. There are approaches that exist, in the US, engineering with nature, in the Netherlands, building with nature. It doesn't matter what you call it, but, it's kind of harnessing natural processes to actually manage sustainably coastlines. And these are actually examples of those hybrid solutions where you mix the kind of gray infrastructure and the kind of green solutions. And why? Because the grey infrastructure adds the element of protection. You know, you can rely on the performance of the grey element of the infrastructure, but you can also then reap the benefits of actually including the natural elements to provide additional protection, improve the water quality, provide buffering zones to kind of attenuate wave speed, etc. So those are examples. There's wetlands. That is an example of a wetland, constructed wetland. You know, this is wasn't there before. It was built, and now it's being managed as a wetland and providing that buffer against flooding. And then the one on the bottom is a living shoreline. I'm sure you're nodding because in your part of the world, there's quite a few living shorelines. And those sort of built man-made bits are made of, I think it's artificial reefs, but there's oysters inside, breakwaters. And then next, to just show you other examples. So this is a bit more on the ocean side of things. This is something that is being used as protection, coastal protection, waterfronts, in ports. And so those are the living seawalls. So these are the grey elements that are being greened and then be designed, well, first of all, using concrete that is enzymatic concrete. Is a specific type of concrete that encourages the colonization of marine species. And also the design in terms of 3D printing of elements that actually favor, again, you know, attracting certain species. They've been specifically sized, those holes and things, so that you can encourage certain types of species, marine species, to come and colonize it. And what is the benefit of having all those kind of marine growth there? Is improved water quality in the port area, for example. That then obviously that encourages a thriving habitat. You know, the habitat there becomes a lot healthier. More fish for the fishing communities and so forth. So there's like all-around benefits for having this kind of solutions. And then next, this is more for the offshore renewable energy. And this is kind of examples of things that could be put in place. This is, if this is a mast for a wind turbine, then, you kind of need a cable that goes from here to the shore. And so you cannot see it here because, in fact, it's covered by a specific I think it's concrete elements made of a specific concrete that then cover the cable, protect it, but then encourage marine growth. So that's a solution. Or I think this is a fish hotel. Like this is kind of elements that are being designed again to provide shelter to juvenile fish, so that you can encourage the marine environment to actually thrive and regenerate. So you're coming, right? There's nothing there. It's like you put in the wind turbine, but actually you're then putting things in place that then encourage, restore, regenerate. And very importantly, you need to monitor how all these solutions perform so that you can actually demonstrably say you're being nature positive.
I mean, that hotel looks bigger than the hotel I stayed in last night, so I'm kind of jealous. Anything you'd like to add to that? I mean, fantastic examples of how you can, I'm massively impressed with the 3D printed coral, to be honest.
Yeah, I would agree, and I think this is what's really exciting for the young professionals. I think what's really exciting about this transition, should we go back?
Sit back down. You can sit back down.
This new kind of variety and this new impetus to do things differently, it creates a lot of creative opportunities for you all, not only in the types of projects that you work for, but how you shape your career, right? There's a lot of now new stuff, and we need people who know how to do this. And that's kind of one of my things. It's an interesting opportunity. It's also a challenge because, like I was talking about with the gray infrastructure versus the green infrastructure, not just the return on investment, but now you've got an agency that for decades or 100 years, they say, we build pipes, we build gutters. Now we're kind of landscapers, right? We're not set up for that. So there's some challenges there as we begin to have to shift all of our systems. and engineers who are used to maybe doing kind of hard technical solutions now needing to work with biologists, right? And different types of professionals, and to integrate your knowledge and experience together. So again, it's a challenge, but it's also a really new, exciting opportunity.
I think one of the first things I ever did at a conference was map my career path. And you can see how generationally, 50, 60 years ago, you start as an engineer, structural engineer, you finish as a structural engineer. Now everyone goes down really strange, odd career routes. Like, I'm an architect. I've not architected since I've finished becoming an architect, basically. I've sustainability, digital innovation, and I think that's what excites me about the future of the industry is, and I think we don't do a great job of selling the careers you can have, and like the amount of coders and game developers that we have within my team that you would not expect to see within an engineering practice. And I know, so Rob's here from DEC, and they're doing a fantastic job of educating the different career choices you could have, because people think structural engineer, mechanical engineer, electrical engineer, architect, that's how the industry works. When in reality, there's probably 170 different professionals input to a basic project. But I think that takes us nicely on to the next discussion topic. So the world's in trouble. We've got an engineering capacity crisis. There's not enough engineers to deliver. The next generation is coming. I think some of them have the right skills. Some of them have there's still a huge skills gap in our industry. How do we address that, and what challenges are we going to face in the next 10 years? Everyone's getting replaced with AI. That's what LinkedIn's been telling me, so let's just accept that. But they're going to come, in 10 years' time, there's going to be people, or the people at university now are going to come out with, they're not going to use ChatGPT as a search engine. They're going to use it as an operating system for the way they live their lives. How do we address that challenge? And that's open to everyone.
I guess I can jump in. First, I have to kind of laugh about the whole, like, AI is going to replace everyone. 'Cause I'm old
funny.
enough to remember, CAD was going to replace everybody.
Yeah.
But we're still here. We just don't have people spending their entire lives drafting, So I think the tools I'm not worried about. The tools allow us to focus on the more important and interesting things. And I would say, whenever someone says, okay, this new technology is going to make the workforce obsolete, again, I think it's BS, because the challenges are becoming more complicated. So it's not that the work is getting easier and technology is doing the work for us. It's technology is now doing the lower level stuff because the challenges are getting so complex. We need to focus on these bigger challenges. I would say with the training and the capacity, the one thing that's positive is I think on the engineering side, it's not a technical issue. I often joke, like engineers can land a robot on Mars. They can sustain life for astronauts in tiny little space stations. We know how to do stuff. And I shouldn't say we, because I'm also trained as an architect.
Yeah, we don't know how to do that.
Actually, minor aside, I smiled at the start when you said you had kind of imposter syndrome, because you're absolutely right. I think people in sustainability, my experience has been we have very circuitous career paths. And I think it's important, in fact, because sustainability touches on everything. So you can basically say whatever your experience is in life, whatever you're bringing to the table, there's a spot for that. There's a need for that experience, for that background, for that insight, new way of looking at things in sustainability. So you can kind of shape your career around that if you focus on it. But jumping back, I don't think we have a technical problem. I think the challenge is historically engineering has, whether it's kind of a chicken and an egg situation, has naturally attracted people who are analytical, problem solvers, technical people, and that's great, and we've got that down. Now, as we've been discussing, we need to bring in the social side, the environmental side, so that we can not be experts, because again, there's going to be other people who do that, but at least be literate in how we communicate. One just brief example, this comes up quite a lot actually, about how engineers need to be better in how they communicate what they're doing. Because you'll talk about, again, a stormwater system and flooding. And you'll have an engineer come up and say, okay, this is a so much diameter pipe, and we're doing this, and it's going to cost so much money, and there's going to be so many length of pipe, and so much flow. But you could take that same conversation and say, how many people's homes are we going to protect, right? That is something that communicates more with people. How are we engaging the community and talking to them and bringing them into not just informing them about the solution that we've decided for them, but bringing them in as partners and finding solutions that deliver for them. And I think that's the kind of social, emotional maturity. I shouldn't say emotional maturity, that's a bit condescending. But you know, that kind of social skills, that if we can introduce that, I think is really helpful. And in a way, trying to transition the profession away from seeing themselves as problem solvers into more solution finders. And I know that's kind of pithy to say, but you know, that movement.
So just briefly, I think AI is going to make human interaction much more valuable, because I think phones, I'm sat holding mine, I think it's going to make the skills around human interaction and understanding and the ability to kind of bring a team together is going to become even more important, because I think digital in a lot of ways has made that a lot more challenging. AI is going to amplify that massively. We have 2 minutes, so have you got anything like to add to that last point on skills?
Have you got another question?
I've always got questions.
I've
always got questions.
There is something I wanted to show the audience. Is something actually we're launching today.
Is it? Do we have slides? Do we have slides for this? We have some slides somewhere.
Or maybe one more slide after the one that I showed. There's like resource type of. So we
I'll get out
one
of the
of
way.
our initiatives is. Okay, I'll get up.
There it is.
One of our initiatives is called Engineering Change, and it's a youth-led campaign. So we are working with the World Federation of Engineering Organization, Future Leaders or Young Engineers, specific chapter. But this is a campaign that is open to everyone to engage with. So you guys take notice. And one of the things that the young engineers we're working with have said is needed is like if you're in early careers and there are all these new topics and you want to kind of educate yourself and perhaps it's not your area of work. So why don't we just do like a one-pager, like learning pathway resource on different topics, starting with nature-based solution. You know, you're kind of starting here and then you kind of work your way through as you kind of learn a little bit more and then just deepen your knowledge and then you kind of follow that path. And the idea is to do a series of them, one of circular economy, one of decarbonization, you know, one of, you know, perhaps in system thinking, you know, what resources are out there that your colleagues, early career professionals believe they will be most useful and they curate that set of resources for you. So this is one of the things that we're doing as part of the Engineering Change campaign. I just wanted to share because it's an easy way to just start upskilling and start. You don't need to become an expert, but you surely need to become literate in many different topics. And you need to start thinking about how you actually work with the other disciplines. That's the key. It's kind of the interdisciplinarity, transdisciplinarity that would be needed in developing solutions. So
And Jonathan, I know we're close on time, but can we do some questions from the
Yeah, go for it. I'm just fixing something for the next session, so.
Any questions, especially from the younger professionals? Right, we're kind of here for you. Yeah, and then I'll do you.
Henry, do you want to facilitate? Henry?
Is it not on? That was a really good question, if anyone listening. Oh, shit, I've forgotten what I was saying. Yeah.
No, I think I know what you mean,
Yes,
and
yeah.
you're right. It is a challenge because it really, most of the time, it requires both. You sort of, it's a back and forth between top down and bottom up. Because one of the challenges infrastructure is a very risk-averse industry, right? So we're investing billions of dollars or billions of euros on projects that are critical to human life in many cases, right? So nobody really wants to kind of stick their neck out on something that's new. So even with something like, low carbon concreters, we've had to take baby steps, proving it each time, right? Proving it in certain applications. You see it most often in kind of non-structural applications first, because even though we're pretty sure it's going to be fine, they want to see it. And because of the lifespan of infrastructure, they want to know how is it going to perform 60 years from now. So we have to take baby steps, and oftentimes on the government side, we can also trip up a little bit, because I've seen some on the other side where the government in the US has tried to be more proactive, not the federal government, obviously, but some of the local governments in the US try to be more proactive, but they don't know the science and the engineering, and they can often kind of point in a direction that doesn't make any sense. So for example, on decarbonization, saying that there's a certain amount of carbon per unit of concrete. Well, the concrete manufacturers will say, that's a dumb way of doing it, because we can do different mixes, we can do things that will have maybe higher intensity of a unit of concrete, but use less concrete and reduce the carbon that way. So you have to kind of find more sophisticated ways of balancing it out, and it does require both. And that's where I think on the engineering side, the engineers need to kind of be more proactive. Again, not just sort of accepting the minimum requirements of codes and regulations, but communicating with elected officials, sharing what we know, how they can develop policies that make sense, and being more advocates. I think oftentimes the engineering community sees themselves as sort of receiving direction and then executing it to the best of their ability, rather than being kind of proactive advocates.
Yes, just exactly what we're trying to do in my organization is advocating to policymakers to make those changes. So it's a work in progress, but actually there's quite a lot happening now. Engineers are becoming more vocal. So it's just a matter of communication, finding the right sort of avenues to influence. We're even thinking about G7, G20, UN, we're just exploring. We are at the table in places where we were not before. 2 years ago, I was at the UN headquarters for the first time ever. Engineers convened an event, a side event at the UN, or a headquarters on disaster risk reduction. Why? Because engineers are trusted, because we are able to provide evidence, we are able to kind of offer solutions that policymakers need, right? But we need to kind of come to the table, discuss, and also communicate in the right way, as you say.
And I would say, just as young professionals, a bit of personal advice from me would be, ask questions. Do what you can on projects. It may be that you hit a wall if you say, hey, we want to take this project and make it totally sustainable and this wonderful, amazing project that it can be. But if you hit a wall there, have conversations, talk about sustainability, talk about some issues that you think might be important. The easiest one always on infrastructure is no cost. If there's anything that you can do that's no cost, you'll have a lot easier route of it. But just having those conversations, getting people thinking about it, not only I think will benefit the projects and the work that you're doing, but will also kind of establish you all as people who are passionate about sustainability, who are proactive about sustainability, and then when the next opportunity comes along, they'll think, oh yeah, who was that young professional that was very excited about working on this, and let's give them an opportunity to talk about that. Can we do the last one or no?
Okay, all right,
Sorry.
we'll have to be quick.
Hi, sorry, thinking back to PPPs, especially considering following on from the government's infrastructure strategy last week, how would you go about incentivizing PPPs to invest more into nature and the environment, especially following kind of the slightly negative image we have of PFI and PF2 in this country and the risk of maintaining those projects?
Yes.
Investing, private companies investing in infrastructure, so the risks of private companies, the costs that can have for private companies in sustaining those infrastructure during long-term projects. They tend to be 25, 40-year projects, which can significantly increase the investment they have to put in, and then the public and the government has to pay for those projects. They can have significant costs to the public, and there's significant risks in handover around who has to kind of complete the risks?
Yeah, it's a huge risk.
I can go with this one. So it's too bad that in the UK PPP got such a bad publicity. But PPP, public-private partnership, and it's a form of contract. Basically, you want to involve the private sector because the government doesn't have sufficient money to build a large infrastructure project. So you say, private sector, come in. You give us capital to build it and to operate it and maintain it, such a toll road, say, imagine a toll road. And so they get revenue from the toll, of the vehicle using the road. And so that's just to explain. But this type of contractual mechanism only just works, as I was saying very briefly before, if you can allocate the risk between public and private sector. And then you're right, the natural, kind of more natural solution, they've got an element of uncertainty that, and the performance in the long term that perhaps, the private party might be less willing to take on. But this is, I think, the way you can, first of all, is there's no hard and fast answer to this. I think what you need to do is perhaps in the guidance that we published, that perhaps you'll be interested in looking for Global Center on Adaptation, Climate Resilient Infrastructure, PPPs. It takes a life cycle view from the kind of when the project is being structured, and at that point, the government can say, we want you, private sector, to in your adaptation or climate adaptation option, consider natural solutions. You almost like embed it in the contract at that stage. And then you have specific KPIs in the contract management where you're fair, right? You're not telling the private sector they need to be responsible for the 100% of the performance all the time. But maybe, you just have a KPI that is a bit more forgiving in the contractual management that allows for those natural. I know. I can go on. Maybe we can talk about this later. But that's one way to do it.
Excellent. Thank you so much for that answer. If you're around we're having a break shortly, I would encourage everybody here. Everyone knows all the value for physical events. Apologies to those of you who are online. Is the coffee break, and that's when you get to meet everybody. And I would recommend you just go talk to people. And if you don't want to talk to them, talk to me, and I will just insert myself into conversations on your behalf.
Just going to drag some chairs off, Henry.
He's going to do that really seamlessly and without breaking the amazing screen floor. But now we are.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you. You get to the top of your game, but you're still not above helping out on stage. Good man. So now for our last presentation before the break, we are over to Jonathan Monkley. I'll let you introduce your
don't
talk.
introduce me because you'll make me feel silly. So slightly over time, so I'm going to change the way I present this slightly just to make us stay on track with the agenda. But hello, everyone. I am Jonathan. I am one of the co-founders of Zero. And it's great to be here. It's been such a wild journey bringing Zero together as a community, and it's now 5 years old, I think, 4 years old. But one of the things that I've taken away from it is learning about carbon at quite a strategic level and understanding the decisions you make on projects can have a huge impact. I'm going to do a bit of an introduction to Zero. So I'm assuming some people won't know what Zero is or where it's come from and the kind of things we've got coming in the pipeline. So I'm going to mix up some different, and the quiz isn't working as well, which is great. So I will freestyle the quiz. So I'm Jonathan. I'm one of the co-founders. There's a big team around Zero. It's not just me, and there's been a huge team of people stepping in and out over the last few years. So I head up digital services at WSP, so I have multiple hats, run a couple of podcasts, but that is the broad leadership team now within Zero. We've got a great team of people who volunteer. Nobody's paid. Zero is a not-for-profit, which makes it a challenge, and we rely on volunteers and sponsorship to stay alive. But what is it? So it started as a 4-person WhatsApp group in the pandemic when a collection of us were working on data centers, and we were working on a program of 16 £400 million data centers in the east coast of America. And then the client emailed saying, actually, I want 32. And I thought that was a bit wild that somebody could do that. So a guy called James set up a WhatsApp with a white and blue background that said Zero and said, let's look how we improve projects. Anyway, it slowly grew into a big collective of about 150 people, and we decided to formalize it a little bit. But we decided to specifically look at embodied carbon emissions during the build phase of projects, which is about 12% of the world's global emissions on an annual basis. And there's a very specific reason we decided to look at embodied carbon, because you can have a huge impact within the first year of an asset. Obviously, assets last a long time, over 80 years, sometimes longer. So looking at embodied carbon, and interestingly, what we found is if you look at embodied carbon and good design and good commissioning, you do actually massively reduce the life cycle carbon of an asset. But now we have about 3,000 members, and it varies every month from 60 plus countries and 37 different professionals. And it's been a journey. We've done a huge amount of different things, but we are very happy to exist through sponsorship. So thank you to Sterling and Bentley to allowing us to live. We would not be here without you, and the stuff we have planned is crazy, and I think it's quite exciting what we've managed to achieve. But that's what we want from projects. We want to be able to actually physically measure them. We want to be able to look at the receipt of the job and understand how much carbon it's using and how much carbon it's going to use. And interestingly, what I've found in a few recent projects is really hard. I've started picking apart the process of several projects in London of how they're measuring, and it's arbitrary spreadsheets, it's receipts from people that are buying stuff on site, and then it's cobbled together and they have a bit of a guess. There's not really a very, very robust process post-concept stage. A lot of the tools are very robust in the concept stage. It allows you to, kind of rule of thumbs, use online databases. But once you start delivering the thing, it's really hard. It's a moving target. But there's some great technology coming out, and the process is improving. And I'm on a personal journey with that as well, which is quite exciting. So what have we achieved over the years? We've taken over the UK conference scene. We've built sustainability hubs. We've hosted stages like we're doing today. We've got an online ecosystem that allows our members to kind of exist and attend workshops. We also built a massive 2-story house at about 5 conferences that was fully off-site manufactured using hemp and OSB board, and that has been used at 25 different events now. So rather than it going in the bin, we've managed to use it, and actually the people we paid are still using it, and it's being used today at a conference called the Installer Show, which I feel it's nice that it's not gone in a skip, which when I started getting involved in conferences, I realized how much waste comes from that. We've launched an academy, which is an online training platform. We've also turned all our work into a set of functioning gaming cards, which is quite interesting. So we've done a lot of cool stuff. But we've focused massively on trying to engage and bring to the front future leaders of the industry. I always get frustrated with our industry when it thinks because you've got 30 years of experience, you know everything, and you have the ability to kind of steer the ship, when in reality, you're making decisions for the next generation. So we've pushed really hard to get the next generation of leaders on stages in front of the right people to kind of make decisions, and that's been a key part of what we want. But everything we've tried to do has been about creating carbon literacy and understanding the decisions you make, because you don't know what you don't know, and it does say Gandhi probably under there, but my slide's slightly broken. But you don't know what you don't know, and that's what I found in the projects I've been working on. If you don't know what you don't know, how do you make a decision to improve it? And if it's a receipt that says you bought X amount of concrete, how do you know it's right? You don't know it's right. So we started to, what we have realized though, and I think Chris mentioned that, is that every decision you make on a project has huge significant impact. You knock 1% of the embodied carbon out of a project, you're offsetting your entire life's embodied carbon 50x. So you can have a significant impact. And I think this is our thought experiment. Now, do not abuse me for the maths on this, because it was done in a pub, but we think it's kind of right, and I would appreciate some feedback on this. So there's 8 billion people on Earth, and we produce 37 billion tons of CO2 per annum. So that's probably right, there or thereabouts, and it probably varies. Therefore, you could say that everyone was responsible for 4.6 tons of carbon to reach net zero. Yeah, it's fact packet maths, apologies. But it's, there's reason, there's method in the madness, and it was done on a napkin in a pub. It's a poor metric because CO2 per capita, etc. But construction produces 4.5 billion tons of carbon with a workforce of 275 million. And we could say 10% of those have the ability to make a decision, which we get to 27.5 million people. Probably there or thereabouts, could be different, but it's an interesting thought experiment. Those 27 million people, therefore, are responsible for 163 tons of carbon to reach net zero. And my last point has disappeared. Therefore, you have 37 times more agency than the average individual. as an individual that just exists. If you work in the industry, you've got nearly 40 times more agency. But what does that look like from a carbon perspective? That's 165 return trips between London Heathrow. That's 400,000 cups of black coffee. Now, we actually had about an hour-long debate of how much embodied carbon's in black coffee, and it was really hard. And it was with the lady that founded EC3, and she said, don't overthink embodied carbon. It's like an onion. You can just keep peeling it. But it's 70,000 Big Macs or 30,000, nearly 30,000 wooden pine chairs. That's a lot. That's a lot. And this is how we've been trying to communicate carbon in construction to make it enjoyable and interesting and stuff you can relate to. That's a lot of concrete as well. So if you filled all those trucks full of concrete, that's how much concrete is. It's quite scary. But something we've tried to do is just not produce white papers and just not produce a bunch of stuff that just we throw into industry. What we found is being involved with Zero and taking part in the workshops and actually contributing is a better learning journey than writing or reading anything, just sitting in a workshop and producing stuff. So we started running workshops. We've produced a playbook that is like a Wikipedia page that's free to access, all produced by our community, and it's constantly evolving. But it's not perfect, so please don't pull it apart, because it is a Wikipedia page, so you can go on and comment and say what is wrong, what is right. But just being involved in the production of the content is allowed me to learn. So it's not particularly granular. It looks at leadership. It looks at all the different methodologies, and I think it's on the next slide. No, it's on the next slide. It looks at leadership, design, measurement, people, construction, innovation, and there's a bunch of new pillars coming out. But it is the most expensive Miro in the history of Miro. There's about 700 people contributed to it during the production phase of it. But that piece of work has stemmed onto a lot of other things. The next piece of work we undertook was with Bentley, we give it a really good name called Zero Operation Global, which was to run 24 workshops over a 12-month period. And all these are free. If you're a member of Zero, all these are free to access. We're about just under 2/3 of the way through. So we run a workshop and then turn it into a short read that is available within our ecosystem, about 10 slides of just the content that was produced during the day. And it's really interesting stuff. So some of the emerging trends. Now, this is from all of the various, we've kind of collated all the findings from the various workshops, but everyone's talking BIM and digital twins. Whichever discussion you sit in, it tends to jump in, which is critical for carbon tracking, whether you're measuring on the project or measuring during its life cycle. Embodied carbon seems to be everyone's central theme across the various different systems, and everyone is confused about the circular economy. No one's got the answer to it. People have got ideas, but it's probably one of the biggest challenges we face. Leadership is probably one of the key challenges that you face. It needs the leaders of projects, it needs the leaders of governments to kind of really push people in different directions. I don't think we'll ever get to a point where every single project is going to be sustainable. There's always going to be projects that are completely commercially driven, but we're seeing the standards coming out, we're seeing various different policies emerge. And there's always the standard barriers. Certifications lag behind. BREEAM lead is seen as static and misaligned. There's a skills gap and there's cultural inertia. But if you want to have a bit of a deep read into those, you can jump into it just by being a member. We're not going to do the quiz because we are behind time, even though the quiz graphics are amazing, and Slido has decided not to work as well. So, Henry, you're going to kick me out, aren't you? Don't kick me out. Get off the stage, Henry.
I was going to say, we are having a break very shortly.
We are.
But you can do the quiz during the break.
You can do the quiz. We will get Slido working. It's decided not to work. It is fun. But what have we got going on in the next few months? This is a really silly idea that I came up with, but we are doing that. We've attempted a few times to do a significant conference, and it is a challenge because big venues, big events, but we have actually decided to do something with the Co-op Live in Manchester in April next year on Earth Day. We did book it for October, but Lady Gaga kicked us out, and that is a true story.
And it wasn't just Lady Gaga's people, it was physically Lady Gaga herself.
But we're doing that in partnership with the Offsite Alliance, G4C, Future Engineering Club, and Foundational. So that it's not just us on our own. We're doing it with a collective of fringe communities to put on an event that's a bit different. It's got a good festival feel to it. It's going to be full of energy. And I'm quite excited for it. But we shan't join the revolution. If you want to play some cards, we've got our cards with us here today. Please listen to the podcast and scan our QR code, and Henry is shimming me on because I'm 8 minutes over, I think. But if you want to join us, scan the QR code at the end, and please do chip in.
Yeah, and there'll be lots of opportunities for you to, be a future leader and come and get involved in the things that we do, or to share your knowledge with the community. So that would be fantastic. But we are at the break. After the break, we have 20 minutes now. We will be coming back, and we'll be actually learning some useful tools about decarbonisation in terms of we're going to put this stuff into practice. So we'll have experts around the room to help you get to talk to them, maybe give them some abuse, maybe learn from them, maybe both. Who knows? But that will be a great opportunity. And now, if you wouldn't mind, we have a little break. Stand up, go talk to people, have a cup of coffee, have some water, have some fruit, have some pastries, and we'll see you all back here at 10
If Matt's
past.
watching, I'm sorry for putting this slide on. We weren't meant to talk about this yet today, but I'm going to put it on anyway.
I'm going to try to look Matt right in the eye. He's not sorry.
So just before you go, the next thing we are going to be, in April at that conference, we are going to be launching Academy V2 with a third party. And I'm not sure whether you're aware of this yet, Henry, because this is very early days. We've only had the initial conversations with them, but with a third party online e-platform specialist who has access to 100,000 users daily is going to help us relaunch our academy in April next year.
Excellent stuff. Well, you heard it here first. So enjoy the break, and we'll see you all back here shortly at 10 past 11. Thank you. And everybody online, you can go and do whatever you like.
Your nature pathways.
We doing it? Yeah, do the lecture.
Attaching it to everyday things, right? There's so much.
Near a table. If we can.
Well, I like the design. Great.
Right. Everybody stand up. I will just shout it out.
People need to understand is what's a ton of carbon. Yeah, right.
Put your headphones on. Guess I gotta accept the pain. Need a cigarette to make me feel better. Every good thing comes my way, so I still get told up. Guess I gotta accept the pain. Need a cigarette to make me feel better. Every good thing comes my way, so I put my headphones on. Listen to my favorite song. Soaking up the rain, letting my head down. So I put my headphones on. Come and put else around me. Just need you right here. You're like the only thing that I see. It's crystal clear, and I want you to come claim it. I do. What are you waiting for? Yeah, want you to name it. I do. Want you to make it yours. It's like supernatural. This girl's possessing me, but I don't mind at all. It's like supernatural. It's taking over me. The one to fight the fall. It's like supernatural. It's like supernatural. Need your hands all up on my body, like the moon needs the stars. Nothing else felt this way inside me. But let's go too far. I want you to come claim it. I do. What are you waiting for? Yeah, want you to name it. I do. Want you to make it yours. It's like supernatural. This girl's possessing me, but I don't mind at all. It's like supernatural. It's taking over me. The one to fight the fall. It's like supernatural. No, I don't even mind at all. It's like supernatural. No, I don't even mind at all. Yeah. I want you to come claim it. I do. I do. You to come name it. I do. This girl's possessing me, but I don't mind at all. It's taking over me. The one to fight the fall. It's like supernatural. No, I don't even mind at all. It's like supernatural. No, I don't even mind at all. It's like supernatural. Way too busy to wanna be in love. Don't have the time for something so frivolous. What's pulling me to you, baby? I don't know. Chalk it up to those funny pheromones. You came on strong, shaking my equilibrium. When it feels so right, when it feels so good, it's automatic. I just gotta have it. Is it just moonlight? Is it just that look? All this attraction, just let it happen. And it's so, and it's so
Henry? Could everyone be on? Hello? Could everyone make their way back to their seats, please? We're probably ready for the next session. No one's listening. Henry, they're not listening to me. Oh, there's Ollie. Oh, there's somebody else. Am I?
Yeah. I went down the wrong aisle. This is not my first rodeo. Okay, so the break is over, and we are going to get started very shortly. Now, there are going to be some interactive elements to this work. And so we'll need to be thinking about sitting near one another so that you can have access to a laptop. Now, I understand that a number of people have received emails. Just not particularly shocking. I'm sure we've all received emails while we've been here this morning. But these are the emails for the actual model that we'll be looking at. I've had the email, and if you have any problems, there'll be people around you to help you out. But now we are ready to go on with our next session, which is harnessing digital tools for low carbon infrastructure with Sailor Vicente. So Sailor is the sustainability manager at Bentley Systems and is an expert in decarbonisation and circular economy, understanding what tools are at hand to create better outcomes. So this is going to be a really interesting, interactive session, and I'd like you all to welcome Sailor to the stage. Please, give her a round of applause.
Thank you, Henry. It's really nice to be here. So as Henry told, I'm a sustainability manager at Bentley Systems. I have been in this post for almost a year now, but I have a background in design engineering consultancy. I used to work before at Rumble. I was a geotechnical consultant there first, and then later a sustainability consultant. So I have quite a lot of hands-on experience on how to decarbonize infrastructure in actual design projects. And today I'm aiming to bring that knowledge more in life here and a little bit explaining to you how can we decarbonize or design low carbon infrastructures. Let's see if I know how to use this. Right. So my presentation today is a little bit about decarbonization challenges. We shortly already discussed that today. Then a little bit about the role of digital solutions. How can we use digital data to do more sustainable structures? Some basic theories and principles from carbon accounting and carbon management, just to prepare you for the actual hands-on session that we will have afterwards. And of course, a short introduction to the tool itself, and after that we will have the hands-on session. So today, Chris and Jonathan, they already mentioned that the built environment does have a really big carbon footprint. So it's been estimated that 40% of global emissions stem from built environment. And the same applies for the energy demand globally. Our construction sector is really energy intensive and also material intensive. And then if we think about the global urbanization, more and more people are moving to the cities, and it's been estimated that in 2050, 75% of the cities or infrastructure still has to be built. And there is, it's been estimated that there is a potential to reduce 50% of the embodied carbon from these structures. So there is a lot to be done. Then a little bit about infrastructure projects and their nature. This picture is from the Envision that I really like it because it shows really well the different complexities and dimensions of our infrastructure assets. So first of all, we have the actual project phases that start from the land use planning and goes until to the end of life. And then we have multiple stakeholders, and also we have multiple ambition levels, starting from the improved until the restorative. So it's not easy to decarbonize something that is so complex. It's complex in a timely manner, it's complex in practice, and on the top of that, assets that are being built, they are really long-lived. So if you build a railway or a road today, it's most likely exist at least the next 100 years, maybe even more. So the decisions that are made in the design table, they really define the asset's whole life cycle sustainability. And that's why digital solutions are important. And it's really important to understand how to use those solutions to do better choices. A word about handprint. I think you are really familiar about the term footprint, and that applies, for example, the carbon footprint, but it can be any environmental footprint. And that describes the negative impacts of something. But a handprint is the counterpart. It describes the positive impacts that the solution or entity or organization can have on someone else's footprint. So here, for example, today we are going to learn something about carbon analysis, and it's all about how carbon analysis can help to reduce the carbon footprint of our users' project. Here we talk about avoided emissions. But this applies to all digital solutions. We can use digital solutions to decrease the carbon footprint or biodiversity footprint of the projects. So this was maybe the key takeaway today. Then shortly about carbon accounting in infrastructure projects, how it is done, some few basic principles. Embodied and operational carbon, these are two really key factors or really key terms that it's good to remember. So embodied carbon, it refers to all the emissions that are tied to materials when we are sourcing and manufacturing the materials, doing the logistic, construction activities, and also those activities along the life cycle. When we do repairs, if we need to change asphalt or patch asphalts, that's also embodied carbon. When we think about operational carbon, that refers to emissions from building or infrastructure's ongoing operations and energy consumptions. So for buildings, this is usually quite high because all the electricity consumption, energy consumption of the building, that is associated for the structure. But infrastructure, this is usually in a lesser scale, since the energy used refers to lights or street lights, and also water use when we, for example, clean the street or something like that. So it's not so strong impact there as in buildings. So embodied carbon is a really defining factor when we think about the whole life cycle sustainability of an asset. It's been estimated that up to 80% of the whole life cycle emissions is defined before the asset actually becomes operational. So it's really important that we act on the design phase before the construction starts so that we can impact the whole life cycle. Then about carbon accounting. So what does it actually mean? It's a basic numerical approach to account the carbon emissions of any structure, project, material. It relies on material quantities and emission factors that are obtained from environmental product declarations or material or generalized emission factors. So it's not really a rocket science. It's a basic multiplication. You just need to know the quantities and you need to know what to look for. So it sounds simple, but when we go for the actual design phase, it's where it matters that you need to understand the structure and you need to understand the emission factors that you are looking for. And that's something we are a little bit learning today in the hands-on session. A few words still about the EPDs because it's really a core today. So EPD is like a nutrition factor label of a material, but it tells about the environmental impacts. It tells about emissions, and like it can have also, like for example, eutrophication factors, but usually CO2 equivalent is the one that we are looking after. It's product and material specific, and it's always verified by a third party. But then there are also something called generalized emission factors, and these ones can be found especially in the national authorities' databases that they are used in public procurements. Authorities usually, they don't want to favor certain material producers, or they don't want to point out certain products. So that's why they commonly use these generalized emission factors to be able to compare also different projects. So it's quite common to come across with these factors as well. So then how do we get from carbon accounting to carbon management? Let's just check how much time I have. So it's important to understand that carbon accounting, it's a technical exercise, but it's something that creates us data and information to actually do the carbon reduction measures. So it's a decision-making tool. It helps us to understand where are we today and where we should be heading and where we should pay attention. I think someone today said that you don't know what you don't know, so that's the key also here. We have to know what we know, and we have to know what we don't know to be able to act. Here are a few examples that how can we use the carbon accounting to understand the different aspects of a project. So we need to think about who are we trying to serve with this carbon accounting. And usually the stakeholder number is quite vast, so it's important to think about different angles of doing the accounting. We need to think about materials and structures. This is important, for example, for engineers, to think about which structure might have the highest carbon footprint and is there something to do about that. It's also good to look at the life cycle stage. For example, there might be a lot of transport-related emissions. Can we do something about that? And of course, in design project, there are many disciplines, geotechnical engineers, water engineers, landscape architects. Each of them have their own areas of responsibility. And it really helps their decision-making if they understand and see how do their discipline impacts the project carbon footprint. So this helps to have a conversation and discussion together how they can also fit their design decisions together and avoid clashes and have the best possible outcome. And of course then, if we think about asset owners, they are usually interested about assets to understand that which of their assets are the most carbon intensive. And they can use this information in their city planning, in their higher level decision making, and to try to make public decision maker better that way. And then a little bit, one example from carbon accounting in complex structures. As I mentioned, I have a background in geotechnical engineering, so I like to bring always the geotechnical examples here. So this is a common pile slab structure, and here I just wanted to emphasize the language that we can use when we talk to the engineers about carbon. So they always look about the technical specifications, because it's important the structure is safe, it's important that it's functional, and according all the standards and requirements. So in these boundaries, there is still room to think about the carbon. We can think about the solutions. Can we, for example, use a permanent or temporary wall that can be then reused in another structure? Can we use maybe green concrete that has a little bit less emission, because there is a waste variety of green concrete? And what type of piles are being used? What kind of soil is there? Is there something to do with the transport? Can we use the excavated material somewhere else? So there is a lot of small possibilities inside project that then when they are combined, it can end up like a bigger emission reduction. Then when is it important to do these decisions? Well, the earlier, the better. If we think about the land use planning phases when decision makers are still deciding where is the road going to be located, where are we going to build this residential area, this is where the decisions are made that will impact the whole life cycle phase, because it impacts the foundation requirements, it impacts the land use changes, so everything. The earlier, the better. Then I have a few examples about what can be done in these different kind of phases, and I have here a few examples of our products, how it can be done actually on the design table. So if we think about the strategical or conceptual design phases, as I mentioned, they determine the life cycle sustainability. Here is important to raise awareness, assess the project location, and use any material estimates that are available. It's good to remember that in the beginning of the project, the data we have is not perfect and there is a lot of gaps. And it doesn't matter so much. What is important is to recognize that, to understand that this data will become better over the time, and it's just important to notify and report that. Then if we think about the detailed design phases, so here when it happens to optioneering, including the final material selections and solutions. So here is the opportunity to optimize the structures to use less material, because the less materials we use, the less carbon will be produced. Again, life cycle impacts of the design choices can be are determined here. So how easy is the structure to repair, how easy it's to maintain, how easy it is to repurpose for something else. And then again in the procurement and construction phase, this is actually where the low carbon structure or project becomes alive. Because as long as we have a low carbon design, it's only a design if it's not being applied in the way it was meant to be. So green public procurement is a good tool, for example, to emphasize the use of low carbon materials. And of course, we can try to optimize the transport distances to save fuel, or maybe use electrified vehicles on site. Then shortly about the carbon analysis before we go into the hands-on session. So infrastructure digital twins, like carbon analysis, they are a really good way to bring all the stakeholders together to see and work in the same platform and same ecosystem environment. Here you can see that example of all the kind of data that you can embed or insert in a digital twin. Our carbon data can be one of them. So these digital twins, they allow teams to evaluate design choices, like materials and system integrations. As I mentioned earlier, when designers and people can see all the designs and structures in the same space, in the same model, it's easier for them to understand possible classes, possible problems, or possible opportunities as well. So carbon analysis, shortly about the approach. So it works on iTwin platform, on iTwin experience. So the first step is to prepare the bill of quantities. So we can bring data, design data from any design environment. It doesn't matter if it's a Bentley or non-Bentley, all kind of BIM data can be brought into the model. After we have done the grouping and decided which structures we want to study, these groups and quantities will be imported to LCA tool, either EC3 or 1-gig LCA. And there where we associate the emission factors to define the carbon data. And later, this carbon data can be pulled back to iTwin, so we can see as heat maps in real life where are the emission intensive parts of this model. So this is in a nutshell what we are going to do today in the hands-on session. So next we will practice using a bridge design model. I hope that you have all received yesterday instructions that I sent together with the link to have access to the model. So, and we will use also the Building Transparency's EC3 account for assigning the emission factors. And here, today we are going to work on a bridge model, but this can be applied to any infrastructure structure, even if it's road or rail, ports or harbors, buildings, urban city environment, industrial plants. It can be applied for all types of structures. So now, is there someone who did not receive the instructions? Okay. I will need to take your email to send it to you. So we will work in groups. And I have here a few colleagues that are going to help you if you come across with any problem. And then it's really important that there will be 10 models, and you need to work in a group in one model that we will assign you to them. Do you want to take?
Okay. Right, so this is now a bit where we do the interactive bit. I'm seeing various laptops. Who is happy that they're in the model, or they know what they're doing, or they're registered, or they're sorted out? This is where the people from Bentley put their hands up. There we go. Okay. So I think what we're going to need to do is stand up and get some groups. We've got some models ready.
We just need to do a bit of herding around, don't we?
Yeah, we're gonna sit around these little tables. So we might need to shuffle our chairs. So we'll do one laptop per table. So we have a couple of plants. So these lovely people, stand up. Over there, you know who you are. You're another plant. So we have 3 models sorted, but we're going to get a couple of others. So let's bring everybody around. If you have a laptop and the model, grab a table, own it, and then if everybody else can gravitate towards one of those tables, we'll be all good. So we'll just take a couple of minutes and we'll get this all sorted.
This is where everyone's social anxiety
If you're on there,
goes to the roof.
You're now, everyone can gravitate towards you. So let's move some chairs around. We'll just do a little shuffle. So you're going to have your own. You're going to sit on this one. We've got more people because we haven't got enough computers. Are you going to? You set them up and running?
You
okay,
registered.
great.
You registered me.
Should we move you around? I don't know.
You just register with that. Yeah, you can do. Yeah, it only takes 2 minutes. So once we've got the groups, we then need to get the challenge parameters on the screen, probably.
Yes.
And we've got 45 minutes, plus a bit longer for this. Please help. Please help. Live tech demos in groups. It's always the challenge.
So we have some.
Are you in? Look at that. Oh, nice.
Do I look like I'm in?
New table. We have a new table.
Right there.
Let's make it a thing.
Lovely. I'm in, but I'm not in.
Nice.
Might join your group. I'm in, but I'm not in. But I'm going to facilitate some content capture. So.
Okay. Right. We're getting there. We're getting there. Self-organization is a thing.
Yeah, it'll last a while.
Yeah, me too.
Okay, you need to choose then the right.
Okay. I would like to see a mixture of, shall we say, generations. That was my least subtle code. Okay, looks like we're getting there. Looks like we're getting there.
Oh, sorry.
It's all right.
It's in the. It was in the document. It's in the email that Salia sent. Yeah, but you got a few days ago. I just got it. Yeah, come on. What? You're just making excuses. I am. Here we go.
Watch the sitcom unfold.
What's that?
I just sit and watch the sitcom unfold. You happy? No, I haven't.
This is like who's on first?
Okay.
This is my crap.
Okay.
No, I'm fine that.
Should we get the challenge on the screen?
Okay. So
That's cool. I like that. That's a good idea.
yeah.
Cool. So yes, once everybody's all set up.
So you can work on model 4.
Okay.
4. Because you have your own models, but he will work on model 4.
Right, okay.
Okay.
Sila did not want us to be participating in the models that matter. So she created these special executive ones that we can screw up.
I've seen this done in a design collaboration or a design brief. Yeah, so they made a load of edits and like the graduates freaking out and like, no, we just wait a day and then we send it back exactly the same. Thank you guys, it's so much better. Like, yeah, you're welcome.
Ours has the built-in answer key.
Okay, so obviously we're full-time here at the Zero Future Leaders event. Just like my director's thing on because I'm recording a podcast apparently. Something to Jim. Brilliant. She's trying to sort out the room. Jim. Yeah. They should be because they've all got an expert, so they should.
The additional instructions PDF.
Sorry, not sorry. It's full of content.
Just pretend we haven't noticed.
You get your own model.
Yeah. I've got number 5.
You decrease your dropout, but you also decrease your registration. And even if you has to be.
I'm just going to grab some extension leads and put them in some power.
Yeah.
Do you need the microphones? Or do you want to
I don't think so. I'm just
Yeah,
gonna.
live stream, do you want it?
Yes.
Showing a holding screen?
Okay.
I'm just not
No.
showing people.
Okay, all right. I will now go up and tell them what is going on. So I might.
You should submit it.
So, for those of you online, you have probably noticed that there is the various groups have gotten together. If you are in this session, then you yourself have received the email, which will give you the instructions that you need. Now, unfortunately, you don't get both the wonderful joy of everybody's company here and the support of the team from Bentley, but there are good instructions in the emails that you will have received in terms of logging in, looking at the models, and getting involved in this direct carbon accounting, decarbonisation process that we're doing, so you can have a real understanding of what it is that you need to do. Sorry for leaving you alone. We were just trying to sort out the real people. You are real people too, and we care about you. If you have any questions, you can let us know, and we will be on the socials looking out, and we'll make sure that there is a method, or you can comment on the live stream if there are any problems, and we will chat to you there. So we'll be getting started soon, and looks as though we'll be doing some actual live stuff, and we'll be learning a thing and understanding how it is that we can decarbonise the built environment and the world. I think it's really important that this is the approach that we take, taking an active, engaged, using the real tools that real professionals use, and using really important settings. Okay, so now I have to deal with my own technical issue of logging into the Zero YouTube channel so I can see the comments if you have any, dear online contingents. We'll be filling the airwaves. This is the voice of a man who can never shut up and has learnt to weaponize that in his daily life so that it becomes oral wallpaper to the people that are standing here. Yeah, the one person looking at me like, no, two people like, what is this guy on? I am on professional emceeing. That is what I am on. Let's see how we're getting on. How are we doing over here?
Very well, very well.
Excellent. How you doing?
Very well, yes. Thank you.
Okay, that was, I want more than that. What's going badly? No, okay, no, that's not, that was mean. That was mean of me. I apologize for that. I apologize for that. So what are our next steps, Sila?
So we need to have access to the iModel and start creating the groups. And that's the way to go.
Okay, so I remember from your presentation earlier, I thought it was quite interesting to see. We'll be getting some interesting data up soon, and we're getting some, there we go, we're seeing some things come up on the screens. Let's make sure that everybody can see everything that they need to. Oh, this is exciting. I'm seeing exciting 3D models. I don't know what everyone else is seeing. Sila needs share. She's on the Teams meeting.
Take it down or hold it safe to you.
What?
Just don't fall over.
What's that? Are you guys all right for power over here? I mean, if you've got it, take it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it will be needed shortly.
Yeah.
That's the best I could do. No, great. That's wonderful. Seeing from over there. Okay, I'm on the right. I think it's wonderful that we can take a group of people who've never used a piece of software before and teach you not only about decarbonisation, but how to use some software that you've probably never tried before, and have a go with that. I feel like this is the 21st century writ large. We're going to learn technical skills. We're going to learn carbon reduction skills. And I think, we're going to learn some built environment skills. Things like, what is a bill of quantities? It's not something that people who don't work in the sector, might have heard of. So we'll be going through all of that stuff shortly. We're getting closer to the moment. There's lots of the usual sort of technical moments that we need to have. We'll be continuing on with this in our carbon analysis session. We are seeing now on our screens the live model that is being used that Sila has in front of her.
So is there 10 models being used by 10 different groups in theory? Obviously, there's not 10 people here.
Yes. Yeah. So there's 10 separate models, all being used simultaneously through a guest Wi-Fi system. Some more about the guest Wi-Fi
so
system.
one-click LCA integration and EC3. We shall use our friend Stacey's EC3 platform.
So what is LCA? What does that stand for?
LCA.
Yeah.
Life cycle analysis.
Okay.
Lovely. But one-click is the standard platform everyone uses, don't they? At the concept stage of a project. The challenge I find with it is it's very conceptual. So you get a baseline for a project, and then
it's just a
you
number.
try to validate that with an actual building. It's a bit like when you get like the price of a project at a concept stage.
Camera.
Oh, where is the camera?
Camera work, top right.
Oh, okay.
We're talking to people.
And when you actually get a proper price for it, it's completely wrong. One-click LCA is the same.
Yeah.
This box is going to have this much carbon.
I mean, ultimately, all of these systems, like you were saying earlier in your talk, are based on a series of assumptions or standardized metrics that are used. And
not actuals.
Yeah. And it's like, when do you stop? But I feel like getting closer to, if we're using just even the actual volume of, say, concrete or materials that are being used, then we'll be getting much closer to actually representing the actual carbon impact of a building or infrastructure.
The interesting thing on construction sites, and it's the same as bill of quantities, this is relatively new learning for me, is when you install a piece of concrete, it's not just the concrete, it's everything associated to that. So the supply chain methodology for...
Absolutely.
Well, interestingly, what's been really challenged on this project is they don't want to tell you how they've done it and how they've built it and who's built it and how much they're paid. It's really because they don't want to share. It's a challenge because that's their profitability in a lot of ways that they're sharing with you.
It's transparency, and a lot of construction historically around the world has been built on a lack of transparency. You just give me the job to do and I'll go away and do it. I'm not going to tell you how that works. But as you go deeper into the process, so if you were, say, let's just talk, say if you're going to try and measure the impact of just concrete, there is the concrete itself. But there's the production, there's the materials, when you're making Portland cement, there's the vehicles.
It's insanely complex.
If you just went for vehicles and concrete, you've got to think that you've got all those people and all those vehicles that are delivering the materials together, coming to produce the material, then it has to be driven to site. Those are not the sort of numbers that are being tracked at the moment.
There's other things as well, because if you think there's 10 different ways to actually say if it's shuttered concrete or precast, there's 10 different ways you could do that. So how have they done it? And it's sharing that information. And I've tried to describe it on the projects I've working on, where the sustainability wizards have confused the hell out of me. And it reminds me of speaking to BIM people in 2015. They're like, no, it's very complicated. And I'm like, yeah, but you've got a thing. You just want to measure it with the data.
I think that's extremely dangerous. I think, you end up in a world where, you have to speak to us. You have to speak to us, the experts.
That's what they're building, though.
Exactly. And if you end up doing that, then at some point, someone's like, well, what is this? I don't understand it. Get rid of it.
Me and, if Moore's listening, me and Moore Shanafer and Mortar were talking about this last night because he's trying to do the same thing with Mortar. And it is very simple. You've got a model, and you've got data, and you've got a number. As long as the data is correct, you can get the number. It's that data piece. Because it is very complex. And again, it comes down to people on construction sites with trowels and tools and equipment and travel distances. And that's where the granularity comes in, because you can say X cubic meter of concrete is X amount of carbon, but then how have you poured it? How have you transported it to site? Who's built it? Where have they traveled from? What tools do they use? What methodology do they use to install it? What's their resource plan? How many men? All that kind of stuff, and women.
Yeah. It gets insanely detailed, right? And where do you stop? And I feel like it's very easy to lose sight of the objective, which is to reduce carbon.
Yeah. But if you can't measure it,
you can't manage it. But then I think that would, I think the spirit of Dan Roster is with me, is, if you can't measure it, you can't manage it. But any measure ceases to become a good metric for managing as soon as it becomes the Cobra effect. We've had this argument multiple times. But we'll do it again.
I didn't quite understand that, Henry.
Okay, I'll try again. So if you can't measure it, you can't manage it. But if you start measuring it, then you just manage for what you're measuring. So you need to be really careful about what you're measuring, is what I'm saying. So, you know, the classic example is the Cobra effect. I'm going to go into my little Cobra effect story. So this is a story of during the British Empire, which was trying to reduce the number of cobras in India, started paying a bounty for cobra heads, cobra skins. And so the enterprising local people started farming cobras and cashing in. And then, because they were measuring the success of their cobra reduction methodology on the number of cobra skins that they had. And people started farming them. Then when they rumbled what was going on, what eventually happened was all these cobra farmers released all the cobras, and then there were more cobras than at the start. So you have to be very careful about what you manage, because you create an incentive to meet that measurement. That is what I'm saying. Mic drop.
Okay. Yeah, I get that, Henry. So what time is it? What time is this challenge on till?
I'm just here filling the time, mate. I just keep the airwaves full of.
Let's check the timing.
Content and joy.
Hands-on session.
We have a
12:15.
until 12:15 for the carbon analysis hands-on session, and then we will be doing the challenge set and team creation for the next quarter of an hour. Then we have lunch at 12:30 until 2:30, which will be 2:30 till 3. We do the infrastructure impact. Infrastructure impact is in its use with David Simmons. At 3 o'clock we have Zero Next, our breaking barriers in construction with Poppy Harrison, Mia Thibault, she's not here yet, Sonia Dancheva, and Lydia McGuinness, also not here yet, but they will be. We'll then continue with presentations and debate. We'll do some prizes, review, Q&A, and we'll close out. And we'll be having a little social and networking at the end. So it's all go. It's all go. How is everybody getting on? I might be coming around and talking to people, asking them what they're doing. Who am I going to pick on? Hey, you're all. You made eye contact with me. That was a mistake. Yeah, I promise I won't do it again. You can make eye contact with me in future. It's okay. Yeah, I'll do this as well. So, you just introduce yourself and give me your name. What is your team up to?
Trying to figure out how this thing works.
And who are you?
My name's Boomit.
Hi, Boomit. Nice to meet you. So, what are we looking at in this model? What model number are you? You're model number 3. So we're looking at a bridge here. It looks like it's going over a river. Okay, that much I worked out. An American river. Yeah, it doesn't look like a standardized European bridge construction, I'll tell you that. That's awesome. So that's all getting set up over there. So lots of people getting logged in. Now, I'm going off camera, but I trust me that these people exist. So, what's going on over here? Yeah, I brought a microphone over. They all stopped looking at me. Okay, well. Having to do some tech support instead. Story of my life. Well, it's good to see you. How are you doing? All right, so what's going on over here? You sounded like you were talking about carbon things. What's actually happening here? I'm going to go one at oh, you've Poppy led out of the way.
We're following your guide very well.
Well done. I would like to say it's not my guide. It is the guide, because it's a collective effort, and I put no effort into it.
So far, so good. So far, so good. We're waiting to see what comes out of the calculations.
So what am I seeing here? I'm seeing some sort of road unit.
We're creating groups, and then within the model, and then giving those groups properties such as material, volume, weight, etc.
Okay, so we're adding properties to physical elements to then be able to calculate their... And then what? Do you know what's happening after that?
Next page, please.
Yeah, somebody, next page.
Next, we will export groups into our third-party EC3 tool, and we will start carbon analysis.
Cool. So setting up the models, that makes sense. Set up those models. We get we add the metadata to them so that we can then run the lifecycle analysis tool on them. Excellent. Yeah, it's just you and me now. Hi. We have a group of people over here getting sorted. Wonderful to see you. Are you enjoying being in the offices here today?
Oh, yes. It's very nice.
The view, you aren't seeing what I'm seeing. That was meant to be a compliment, not creepy, but I'm not sure how it came across. How are we doing over here? So, whichever other one is on. There's some interesting conversations happening. I'm going to try and get you to speak up, which means it's recorded.
What is EPDCM? Environmental Product Destination.
Okay, what's going on? I've been hearing you talking about interesting stuff and actually talking about carbon, so I thought, like, why not record it for posterity? Not to put you on the spot. But I'm absolutely putting you on the spot.
Okay. So again, if you think about what the US is doing on tariffs, right? We've got to report all the materials where they come from in the world. Yeah. That's perfect, right? Because now we go, oh wow, that is absolutely, we know that product has all of that transport factors and the carbon factors baked into it, so it should be perfect. So if we're going to use that product, guess what, we should know exactly what the carbon analysis is like, the environmental impact of those. Right? So just like tariffs, we can do it for tariffs, why can't do it for carbon? Right? It's part of the embodied. Well, the other thing, of course, is they'll know maintenance factor. So, like this carbon, right? It has a 7-year life, I guess, on the tread plan. So, therefore, then they'll put in and say, well, if this building has got a 30-year, then we know this carpet has to have 3 replacements, right? So, they'll multiply by 3 and say, operation. So, then, yeah. So, up to A5, right? Was really good. Designing it, and then we go to the and then you put the operational side.
In practical, which is more important to client as stakeholder, the operational or the
Hello. Hi, Henry. So what's going on here? Everybody's working on a model. Doing what exactly?
Right, so they've all got different models. So there's model 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. And these are in iTwin. So that's the Bentley solution. Now, what they've then done is they have a series of instructions. They've been going into a specific element of that bit that they've got, because some are roads, some are bridges, all those sorts of things.
Different structures, yeah?
Different structures, yeah. And then they are creating various properties for those elements, so that we know what they're made out of. We know the volume, and it can just calculate all of these things. So I think maybe we should go and talk to Table 1, because they
So
seem
they're
to
altering stuff to make it
So yeah, let's talk
carbon
about.
effective.
Yeah, well, let's find out what are these properties that they've been talking about. So you've been creating properties over here, haven't you? Oh, look at this. So
So we have a bridge here.
yeah, so I've selected the bridge box girder, and the quantity property is volume. There's a material property, just indicate as material. So we now have on the main screen there is that iTwin viewer. So here we are. Right, we're just commentating. Yes, and now they're adding.
Are they changing the material on that?
I don't know. Are you changing the materials?
Maybe.
Okay.
We're not judging.
The right answer is an answer.
We're just curious. So we're altering properties of
Right, so
the
this
model,
is,
seeing how it behaves, what changes.
I'm just reading over Poppy's shoulder here. It says, prepare the EC3 report. Does anybody know what an EC3 report is? Somebody not know? There's a lot of C's. I'm sorry, what was that?
Embodied carbon and construction calculator.
Thank you. So that's what an EC3 report is. So they're creating a report, naming it, select the groups, create the materials, and export it out.
We all need patience with these systems, don't we? We're used to that.
It's still downloading it or no?
It's not actually that bad, we're just quite patient.
I say we pop off to that group, see what they're doing.
Yeah.
So are they working on this model? Is that this? Whose is that?
I think anyway. Do you want me to take off a little bit?
Yes, if you could just commentate, just go talk to people, it's just really interesting. I don't know, we asked Matt, if you've got any questions, ask on the stream, but I don't have the details.
That one's on. Right, how is the A team getting on? Is it the A team? Oh, nice. We've got some numbers. So what it, so what does that 98.82 M mean then? Tons? Oh, wow, that's millions of tons. So is that from the embodied carbon within the steel on the bridge? What's the box? Box, pillars, piles, asphalt. So that's come from EC3, has it? Wow. Out of interest, can you dig into the EPD that's created that? And the guest Wi-Fi bursts into flames. Oh, nice. But can you... oh, wow. Wow. Wow, that is a lot. That is a lot of carbon. So is that virgin steel? Is it recycled steel? That's my expertise worn out. Because that would be the interesting thing. If you could get recycled steel, obviously there's still embodied carbon within that, but... oh, wow, so it's actually working. That's cool. How you getting on? Is it working? Is it working?
Export to
actually got some numbers out of it. They've managed to get a number out of it. I recognise the accent. Where are you from? I'm from Middlesbrough, so I recognise the accent. And you're definitely not a Middlesbrough supporter.
I'm definitely not. I used to go watch Middlesbrough, though.
Did you?
I like football. Actually, I like rugby, but my wife's a big Newcastle supporter. So it's taken over.
Are you at Newcastle? Sorry, live streamers, we're talking football. I found a fellow northerner.
Don't recognise you.
Yeah, I grew up in...
With the Zeros.
Oh, thank you. So what number have you got then? Have you got a number yet?
It's down now. We'll get there.
We've got a number over there. Have you given yourself a team name yet? Need to give yourself a team name.
Work in progress.
Managed to get any numbers yet? Almost. I'm going to compare the numbers between the different projects to see whether expose the glitches. What's the team name over here? Got a team name yet? Aye, okay. Private user. Have you got a number yet? I'm speaking because there's people on YouTube, so we need to keep them entertained as well.
Do you know what the difference is when we've got precast concrete, if it's civil or structural? The numbers didn't seem to change, so we weren't sure what the difference was.
Well, it's different concrete, isn't it? It'll depend on the specification of the concrete. Civil, it'll be for roads, probably piles for a bridge, and building concrete.
Yeah, civil's going up with bridge, but it also said the structural elements, but bridges have structural elements.
I'm going to go have a look. Was that from the EPD and EC3? Or just... See, this is where it gets a bit silly.
The numbers were the same that was coming out with for the quantity, so we didn't know if it mattered.
It probably does matter. It'll completely matter. This is the challenge with online databases, and you're trusting that data, and you're taking that data to a project and going, oh, here's my calculation, when you've literally just guessed from an online database that you're kind of trusted. Because obviously civil and structural, different processes, different specifications, different ways of pouring it, different ways of building it. Structural concrete will be shuttered. Civil structural...
What we voted for. Structural, architectural, civil...
It will be civil because it's... Well, interestingly, where in the bridge is it? Because it could be precast.
It is.
That is a great question.
The bridge.
Is it a concrete road?
It's the box girder, so it would be...
So it's structural then? Yeah, it's those bits. So it's structural.
Some assumed knowledge there, right?
Massive assumed knowledge. Any structural engineers in the room? Have we got? Could we pinch our brain for a short period of time? We have a structural engineer joining us.
I haven't practiced 30 years.
We have some concrete questions on bridges.
Yeah. Well, we've got...
That's a long time since I've been an engineer.
The element is a bridge box girder. So should we use structural precast concrete or civil precast concrete?
Structural. Structural. Yeah.
We have an answer. Thank you very much, structural engineer.
Now you're practicing structural engineering.
You're practicing again now.
Congrats.
Do you not think it highlights a really interesting problem, though? Sonia, are you on a microphone?
I am, yeah. Let's see if it's... Yes.
Oh, it's working.
It is.
Random generic online databases are a risk. How are we doing for time, Mr. MC?
We have about 15 minutes.
Okay. Do you know what's just been highlighted by Team Poppy?
He just said the name of the person he knew. That's fine. You don't have to be Team Poppy.
Team Poppy, Adita, Fran, Rob? I know most of the names. So what challenge has been highlighted is they were shifting around the type of concrete from civil to structural to something else, and the number didn't change, even though they were using the EC3 database.
Oh.
You would assume the number would change.
I would have assumed that.
The joys of using online databases. And on that bombshell.
And on that bombshell, I'm going to let everybody carry on.
So then you need to dip into different types of knowledge then.
Well, you need to use the correct EPD for what you're installing, not generic online ones. That's the problem. So, what's next? Because I thought this was the challenge. Yeah, throw that up, yeah. Did you get in more? Oh, I did. Have you got a number? Your number is loading. No, I was like, I put 2 dots. Obviously, I was quite stressed this morning, kind of panicking and freaking out as you usually am and do these kind of things. But really nice to meet you as a person, not just a WhatsApp.
No, it was stressing me out a bit.
The WhatsApp?
Yeah, I left.
Oh, did you delete it? Oh, yeah, it was quite stressful.
It was just sometimes it gets a little bit, particularly when, I don't know, I think because I worked on a number of the schemes that get rubbished in the chat. I was like,
Whatever you say gets rubbished. You can say anything and everything.
Yeah, I think that we can say that they can continue working on the process later.
Literally his career is to
But who wants to introduce the challenge? Is it?
I thought you would do that.
Yeah.
Right. So the challenge, we're just going to reset that and get them to start thinking about that.
Yeah.
Are you happy to introduce it? This is your session to introduce, isn't it?
I can do it. Yeah. I didn't plan it, but it's okay. But
Did Matt plan this one? Who planned this one? Was it Matt?
I did comment it, but
Okay.
I not send it.
Okay. Yeah. Should we all do it as a...
We can introduce it together.
Yeah, I can just tell them that their time is over, but they can keep...
She's still using they can use the tools to use the challenge, can't they?
Yeah.
It's basically done, but they just need to put together some kind of presentation, and we're going to give them a link to a G Drive location where they can throw the presentations into. So we need one person's email address that's going to throw the presentation into Google Drive, and we'll add it to them. That was my thinking. Because if everyone's got a laptop, they can do a PowerPoint or a Google. Yeah. So then they can create a presentation of having a decarbonised bridge. That was my thinking. But they need a PowerPoint or they need something on a laptop. How long does? I mean, it doesn't last from 9 till 6. Yeah, so they've got basically lunch and until 2:30 to create a press. We'll get one name for everyone. We'll then share the Google Drive too, so they can put the presentation.
Okay, so we will be breaking for lunch soon, but now we've lulled you into a false sense of security. We want to talk about the challenge that we're actually setting you. The challenge wasn't to get the software working and to work out how to do a life cycle assessment and an EC3 report.
That was just a tease of it.
Exactly.
So the challenge is to decarbonise the bridge, because that's what we've talked about today, isn't it? So as you can see, there's a very complex, comprehensive set of instructions from our esteemed colleague, Matthew, that is basically giving you a challenge to complete. We want, obviously the teams are kind of set now. We're going to send you a Google Drive link, and if you can, well, you can choose how to present. You don't have to present slides, but you can throw a presentation with 3 or 4 slides into it, use the tools you've been given, and basically show the world what you're capable of from a structural engineering decarbonisation perspective.
So it's interesting
No
looking at
pressure.
looking at this session. There's a number of ways that have been highlighted, like general topic areas. But whatever it is, we want to hear about your discussions. We want to hear about what it is that you feel that you've learned, points of contention, those sorts of things. But looking through some of these silo, materiality, modularity, technicality, circularity, etc. What sort of general topic areas do you think people should be looking at to decarbonise a built asset?
Well, it all comes to the material selections, so I think that's the main part maybe. But then the material selections is, on the other hand, bound to technicality, and circularity is actually the tool to reduce the carbon. So it's all about, is it chicken or egg, question.
So what is technicality? What does that mean?
So bridge is maybe one of the structures that has the most strict technical standards. It needs to be, as I mentioned earlier, safe. It needs to be done according to standards, regulations, with materials that have certain characteristics. So that's all about the engineering language, how engineers design bridges.
So you have to make sure the bridge meets the codes, and the codes exist so that the bridge stays up.
Exactly.
So it has to meet those standards. Okay. What about modularity?
Well, that's a good question. Modularity, it's about how the bridge is being constructed. If it's like pre-manufactured parts that are being brought to the site, or if they are being made on site, like from ready-mix concrete. And there is certain benefits for using, for example, the pre-assembly, because you can use green concrete on site in the factory, because sometimes the curing time for the green concrete can be slower than for the traditional concrete. And of course, if you think about modularity, when the bridge is then disassembled in the end of life cycle, modular parts can be easier to use for other purpose.
And how does circularity come into play within all this?
Well, circularity, of course, we can talk about circulating materials, like raw materials, but also structures. And actually, if we circulate structure with less processing, it's always better for the environment. So modular pieces are good from that perspective.
Don't worry about the budget, because we're not going to hold you to the cost of it, because no one's going to be able to work that out. But that's the challenge. Build the perfect bridge that is circular, ultra low carbon, and can be reused.
Yeah, this is a really good learning opportunity, I think, because nothing teaches you how to do a thing like doing the thing. So that's what we're doing. And you're surrounded by people that know their stuff. So there's a lot of people to talk to in the room.
Don't ask me and Henry.
We're not going to build your bridge tomorrow, don't worry. Remember, it is the journey, not the destination.
Nice.
You don't have to solve anything right now. Come together, discuss, and come up with creative ideas.
And however, the official hands-on session time is over, but you can keep on working on the model, and the model stays with you still a couple of weeks, so no worries, it won't disappear today. You can still keep practicing and using it today or later.
Use the model to inform your decisions as well. So I will grab an email from everyone to show you the Google Drive where you'll throw a presentation if you choose to, and enjoy lunch. And I think it finishes at 2:30, so enjoy some food, and you've got about an hour and a half to kind of put your proposals together as a collective, or have an hour's lunch and have a little bit less time.
Excellent. So yes, a few more minutes, sort you all out, make sure we get those links to everybody. And yeah, good luck to you all.
Fantastic.
We're looking forward to discuss your ideas.
It's just human interaction, right? Like, like you've been working with. So let's be super clear about what the next step is. That was a great question. Okay, so I just do that with I get people to listen by the sheer presence of my "I'm looking at you" intensity. I can be that guy. I can't do it. I don't know how to be that guy. So we are asking you, you don't have to do the full materiality, circularity, technicality, modularity, but do pick at least one. Right? Are we all right with that? Is that okay with us? Choose a path to go down. You haven't got time. Like, start again. Build it from scratch. Pick an element that you're interested in. Pick a subject. Follow the conversation that you've been having. Think about that. Maybe think about the tools and think about the interoperability and all those sorts of things. We will want presentations from you, so you'll be getting a link. Each team will be making a presentation. Even the team of one, looking at you, Mohammed Qassem, he's not listening. And we want to hear your views, and if it's just a reflection of what you've learned today, that's wonderful. But we want you to rethink the bridge, to rethink the future. So pick an area to focus on, using the model that you've got, try and do something about it, and we will come and harass you, and we will be asking for you to come and present in whatever medium you choose. And lunch will be available now.
Oh, sorry, that was very loud. So you have, everyone received a link to a G Drive location? You should have had an email from me. If you haven't, blame the internet. I'm not seeing, has everyone had an email? No. So some people, at least if one person in each team has had an email, so, no. Okay. So if you can, I'm going to throw a template for a PowerPoint in there that'll fit that screen. Fill that with your presentation. You've got 1 hour to brainstorm that challenge. And there is prizes. No pressure. Henry, what's the prize? Yes, that's true, actually. So you will have a template as well in that for the location that fits this beautiful screen if you want to look extra professional when you present. Please copy it and don't delete it. And give yourself a team name. And surprisingly, it's called template. EC PowerPoint template. Within that link that I sent you in the G drive. Yeah, it's called the EC PowerPoint template, but it just fits that screen nicely.
TikTok, you have half an hour left. Teams, you have 15 minutes.
I give them 15 minutes. 15 minutes, guys. Oh, did you? Oh, 15 minutes again, guys.
Very dramatically, actually.
Very dramatically, okay.
Yes, David's going next. Sorry, no, I've written this ages ago. I know what you're talking about.
Well, we can just turn it into an AI algorithm.
So everyone said that. Just feels like okay, everybody, there is some useful information for you here. So when it comes to judging time, this is what we're going to be judging you on. There are 4 criteria. We will be judging you on your communication. How well do you communicate as a group, as an individual? Are you using the medium of dance? Is it PowerPoint? Is it videos? However you do it, it's all about communicating the message. It doesn't need to be highly technical. It's just about doing that. Then the next criteria is going to be feasibility. So is it completely unrealistic, or is this completely practical? Then there is the question of innovation. Is this something that's just totally typical that everybody's already doing, or is it completely unique? And how scalable is it? Is this what you've done? Is that only going to work once as a one-off? Or is this something that everybody could do everywhere? So those are the criteria we'll be marking you on now that you're kind of coming to a close on your work. Hopefully that will help you finesse your presentations, and you'll be able to give us your very best. The deck of cards is on the line. Thank you.
Last 10 minutes.
This is technically Henry's session to introduce, but I'm happy to do it. I get to introduce a colleague, which is a rare challenge. So, thank you very much. Hopefully everyone's presentation is finished. We're going to have a bit of a break shortly, but we're going to have the next session from David Sims from WSP, who is my colleague. He heads up our Future Ready and ultimately everything sustainability in WSP, internally and externally. And he's going to talk about infrastructure impact. Mostly lies in its use. So over to you, David. And I hope that was a good introduction, but feel free to do more.
Yeah, it's pretty good. Hello, everybody. I'm David. I hope your bridge has been going well. I was really conscious, actually, of two things. First of all, that I hope I'm getting your attention, because if I lose your attention, that is the most unbelievable view over there. And also, if you look carefully, there's the wobbly bridge, which I think you can just see, which hopefully none of your bridges are wobbly. But this was an iconic, super cool design that was that was done, well, probably 15 years or so ago. For those of you with slightly more grayer beards, you might remember that. But anyway, it opened. It was wobbly, it was cool, and then had to shut for a redesign as well. And I think it's just reshut again for another redesign as well. So hopefully none of your bridges are wobbly. I'll also just do a couple of other sort of quick apologies. First of all, I am not young. I know this is aimed at an early career piece, so sorry for being an imposter on this. And I'm also feeling a bit like one of those, politicians or ministers who bowls in, does a presentation, and then bowls out again. So I am really sorry. I do know that is like, it's a bit odd and it's a bit prima donna-esque. But yeah, that is London Climate Action Week, which is there is 700 events and there is so much going on. So I am apologising that I'm with you for half an hour and then I'm whisked off to my next event, which is very, very lovely, and a dinner as well. So, can I just ask a little bit, sort of maybe about you as an audience? So, how many of you, I'm going to sort of, where are you in your, so how many of you are still students? Okay, and is that university students? You're all still, okay. You look much older than that. So who, and how many of you are working now? Okay, great, yes, that's great. And how many of you are actually working in infrastructure design? Okay, so some of you. Let me ask you another question. Based on this morning and also maybe some of the other, your knowledge as well, how much carbon knowledge do you have? So like a lot, not very much, not at all. So a lot, okay. So middling, okay, not very much at all. Okay, let's ask how optimistic you are. Are you very optimistic about the future, middling, or not optimistic at all? So shall we start with who's optimistic? Okay, middling? Okay, not optimistic. Okay, right. Well, let's hopefully turn that. I'm naturally a glass half full person, and I sometimes, yeah. Let's try and make sure that we are optimistic. At the end of today. So what I'd like to do is I'd like to just share. I know that the topic of this is infrastructure impact is mostly in its use. I've sort of gone slightly off piece. Brilliant, well done. We'll start with this, and then I've got a couple of others. I've got 5 thoughts I would share with you. I know there is the power of 3. That you should always have 3 thoughts. Well, yeah, you've got 2 bonus ones. So please bear with me. But the first one, exactly as you say, is sometimes those of us in an engineering and design world, and rest assured, I'm not an engineer. I'm a geographer originally, yeah, here we are. I'm sort of leading sustainability for WSP. So you don't have to be an engineer in our world. But what you do have to have is you do have to be able to communicate ideas and be passionate as well. So I think that the first point I would say is understand the whole life. Because sometimes there is a temptation for your bridge is to think about what's the carbon in the bridge and things such as that. And don't get me wrong, that's really, really important. But ultimately, let's really think about what's the purpose of the bridge. And it is about enabling things. So let me take you to Bogota. Have any of you been to Colombia? Okay, I had the privilege of spending some time with our teams in Bogota a couple of weeks ago. That is one of the perks of working for a global company. This is the lived reality of Bogota. So you might be thinking, you know, wow, that's really cool, that's really amazing. The reality was in Bogota, if you want to get 10 kilometers to the airport, you leave 2 hours to do it, because this is the lived reality. And I think, looking at the stats, I think Bogota is like the 5th most congested city in Latin America. I went from Mexico City, which is the most congested city. And I mean, honestly, the productivity and just the faff and the loss of time and the pollution and the hassle, I mean, really, it makes the city really, really hard work. So that's the reality at the moment. One of the biggest projects that we're working on in WSP is the metro. This, rather interestingly, has been 80 years in the planning. So we sometimes complain about that the UK is slow at building projects. This has been an absolute example of political, it's on, it's off, it's on, it's off, and now it's being built. And so, you know, this is the lived reality of what engineering teams work on. And the fundamental output of this is a 16-kilometre metro line that will transport 1,800 people on every train, which runs every 90 seconds, and will drop the time for people to go from Carrera 96 to 72 from about, you'd probably allow 2.5 hours for that, to 48 minutes. It completely transforms productivity for the city, and it's a greener form of transport because it's electric rather than sitting, breathing in the bus in front of you's exhaust emissions. And so this is ultimately what it's going to look like. It's all above ground, and it has some significant impact, and you will see that there is a heck of a lot of concrete in it. So here is the lived reality of what Bogota metro construction looks like. So you can see the concrete portals and the like being put in. There's 16 stations. This is some of the construction of those. It is, I think, Colombia's biggest construction project at the moment. So it is enormous. You've got, you know, these are the piles that are going in. Again, you can just see this is a massive excavation for the stations and storage. And this is the lived reality of those of you that are engineers that are going to be working on. This is the sort of project that we get involved with. And it's blooming amazing because this is enormous legacy for us. And so it's great. This is what one of the stations looks like as well. Again, you can see that there is a lot of concrete there. So yes, in all of that design, of course, we are going to want to be measuring the carbon that has gone into this construction, because there's a lot of it. But the thing I would also say is, let's also think about the huge carbon benefit and also the wider social benefit that we are getting by delivering some of these schemes. If I bring you slightly closer to home, have any of you heard of the Great Grid Upgrade? Okay, so a couple. So the Great Grid Upgrade, have any of you heard of HS2? Okay, so HS2 is the biggest construction project in the UK. Probably running about as over budget as Bogota Metro, if I'm candid with you. But that's not a WSP thing on either of those. Second to that, Great Grid Upgrade is the second biggest capital investment project that is just getting underway in the UK. So this is a project that will rewire the country's transmission network for a renewable economy. Do any of you live in East, or up sort of closest to the East Coast? Or have you been there? Okay, so this, a huge amount of this is going up on the East Coast. As a slight aside, one of my geeky things is I'm gradually cycling around the coast of the UK, bit by bit by bit, when I can get some time off. And I had the privilege of cycling up the East Coast last year, and just the sheer enormity of renewable energy investment that is going in through the East Coast, from offshore wind farms, then interconnectors bringing that onto land, battery storage facilities, and then the pylons that will then take that from the coast and connect that into the main transmission network. That's the Great Grid Upgrade, and that's about £30 billion of investment. It's a huge undertaking, and every country across the world is going to be doing something similar. Oz is just tendering for this as well. We've just brought some really big capability in the US for transmission networks. Quite controversial, because let's be candid, it's not necessarily popular if you live in a nice rural farmhouse and you're going to put a pylon over the house. That's a really big challenge. But actually just think about, £30 billion, a lot of that is steel, a lot of that is concrete. So there is a huge amount of engineering work to be done there. But you know what? Without that, there is no net zero economy, because quite simply, you'll generate the electricity offshore in the North Sea, but it's got nowhere to go. So this is engineering in practice. It's electrical engineering and a bit of civils, different to transport. But this is the stuff that we and you, if you work in engineering, will be delivering. And it's totally transformational, and it's there for decades. So absolutely recognise for your bridge that it will have carbon in how you designed it, timber, steel, cement, composites, whatever. But just also always think about what does your bridge enable, and the flexibility and the communities that it is benefiting. So that's point one I will leave you with. The second point, and I know this is, I hesitate to say this in front of somebody like sort of Bentley, because I find that with our engineers as well, sometimes they are super proud and say, well, we've measured the carbon on this project, and they are really excited about it. I'll celebrate that, because they've taken their initiative and they've done something, and we'll work with Bentley, we'll work with one-click LCA, we'll work with Autodesk on the tools that will enable that. But let me also challenge that measuring carbon is just the start of the game. We can weigh the pig, but ultimately, if we don't do something with the number, it's absolutely useless. So that's the thing that I'm spending a lot of time with my teams, is saying to them, okay, great, let's measure the number. Let's make measuring that number as easy as possible. As engineers, you don't necessarily need to make it accurate to the nearest kilogram. Engineers sometimes like to make it as accurate as possible. Do it enough to understand where the hot spots are, and then to think about how do you design out, or how do you increase the life expectancy of the asset and the like. So always think about measurement as doing something. Third point I'd share with you is, again, just some reflections of some of the conversations that I'll have with teams as well, is that sometimes they will go to the sort of cool novel of there is some really funky composite that we can design with, or there is this really smart carbon captured cement that we can use, or we're totally going to make this all timber. I mean, all great stuff and totally part of the net zero economy. But also just appreciate, if we're going to use carbon captured cement, then typically that costs about 30% more than uncarbon captured cement, just simply because you've put a whapping great industrial process on the end of your cement kiln to capture carbon. That uses lots of energy as well. So the thing that I'm probably spending as much time at the moment with our teams is thinking about how do we, when we're working on projects, how do we design out carbon rather than just doing exactly the same but designing material substitutes. So if I give you a few examples, one of the things from Great Grid Upgrade, yes, we're building pylons, but we've also got to get enormous amounts of material into some quite rural areas. So there what we'll do is we'll build temporary haul roads, which is something you actually just, you get farmland, you compact it, you put some chemicals into it, and it makes it a nice hard surface, or you can use other temporary forms of hallways. So there's a project there where the original design was for a 9-metre wide haul road. covering 60 kilometres, it's an enormous undertaking just doing that to get your kit in. And that would be the same for Scottish wind farms and things such as that. Well, straight away, what we can do is we can narrow that down to a 4-metre wide hallway with passing places. It's not difficult. It's fairly straightforward. But actually, you know what? There is designing out carbon. It's designing out the impact. It's better for nature as well. If I point you, you might just about be able to look out to Elephant and Castle. Any of you live near Elephant and Castle? Okay, so Lend-Lease are doing a massive redevelopment of Elephant and Castle at the moment. So on my geeky cycling, I will sometimes cycle around the Elephant and Castle roundabout and put my life in my hands, or somebody else's hands cycling around there. But one of the things that our teams have done really well there is they've reused the structural steel from the demolition on that project. So instead of taking it and bashing it down and all going off-site, we've taken the steels, and our teams have right from the outset thought, okay, how are we going to use the steel girders that have come down from the demolition, and how are we going to reuse them? The same also for repurposable stuff. So if you think about, well, actually, I don't know this building well enough, but if you look at 22 Bishopsgate, this is one of our structural designs. Just think about how long 22 Bishopsgate is going to be there for. And I won't ask you to guess, but typically you will see that the Shard, 22 Bishopsgate, these very, very tall buildings, there's only about 10 super big skyscrapers that have ever been taken down ever. So, yeah, I mean, our teams would have a wonderful engineering challenge dismantling the Shard, but it would take a whole lot longer and would cost a whole lot more than putting the thing up in the first place. So we might well expect, for example, then that the Shard is probably going to outlast all of us, definitely outlast me, but then also appreciate that we can have some view about the future, but we can't possibly know everything about what the future uses of the Shard is going to be. And you could say the same for hospitals as well. So if we're working on new hospital programs, typical design life of a hospital will be 75 years. Just think about how do we think healthcare is going to be delivered in 75 years' time? What are you going to be suffering from? Probably in 75 years' time, you'll be, if you're still here, you'll be in your dotage. I remember. So just think about, what is it that you might be being treated for in a hospital in 75 years' time? And I guarantee you it won't be what people your age today are going to be treated. So the answer to that then is thinking, so when we're designing, we design out carbon by just thinking about, okay, how do we design places that are super flexible? And they can be really easily adapted. And we have a phrase called plug and play. That you can then chop and change things easily. You can make buildings easily changeable. You can change electrics, air handling, etc., etc. And then for hospitals in Gothenburg, we've designed a cancer centre, for example, that is entirely demountable and repurposable because we're anticipating in 20, 30 years' time, we won't be treating cancer in the same way as we are today. So let's design something with a mind now, rather than in 20 years' time thinking, you know what, actually that building is done and we're going to have to bash it down. This is about designing out and designing flexibly as well. The other one actually reminded me with the slide. This probably isn't the most exciting photo, I appreciate. But if you want another example of designing out carbon, this is about as granular as it gets. If you go sort of under the floor, every bridge that we design is based on foundations, and they're called bridge substructures. So it's the bit that you don't really see. So think about how your substructures on your bridges have gone in your design. So there's lots of ways that you can design those, and one of our very, very clever team, Jimmy Barrett-Thorne, did some research looking at what are the 7 standard ways that we will design a bridge substructure for national highways. And what Jimmy showed is that of those designs, there is a gap between the least carbon intensive and the most carbon intensive, around about 70% difference. And you know what? The other parallel to that is there is about 70% difference in cost at the same time, because very much it's a correlation for materials. So if you can design lean and you can design things that perform the function of of what you're trying to get out of that in terms of keeping the bridge up, then that's a really, really big impact that we have. And you know what? Most of our infrastructure clients are not exactly flush with cash at the moment. And so finding a way that then actually means that we can build more efficiently, that's win-win, and also in carbon as well. And that's a much easier conversation than saying you should use zero carbon concrete, you know, because yes, it's great, but actually if it's a third more expensive, then we're always coming under pressure. My fourth point is, I know this is Climate Action Week. I know the conversation has been on carbon, but I would just also really encourage you to be thinking wider than carbon in your solutions. And that probably goes to the heart of a project that I set up in WSP about 7 years ago, which is a program called Future Ready. So if you think back, if you just go to think about the length that your bridges are going to be there for, or the buildings that you design. Think about the shard at the furthest end. If you're a mechanical and an electrical engineer, then think about 25 years typically for an air conditioning system as well. And then just think then about how might the world change to the future. And this is where, you know, there isn't a right or a wrong answer. You will have your views as well, which will be different to mine. But what I found from sort of the Future Ready program that I'd got was actually what I want to be doing is I want to be seeing the future as best as we can, but also then I want to be challenging and inspiring all of our 72,000 people to be talking to our clients and to be thinking on their schemes about how do I design it, thinking to the future. And so absolutely, net zero is a really, really important component of that. Because if you think about it, the UK has committed to being a net zero economy in 25 years' time, and we've got carbon budgets that take us there. So if you think about we're designing heating systems, if you want to be an M&E engineer, why would we design something which is a gas boiler if we know that clients aren't going to want that and we're wanting to be, that needs to exist in a net zero economy? So equally, you can very much also think about this from extreme weather as well. If I want to cheer you up, we've just done, our water teams have just done the London stormwater strategy. And I tell you what, it's flipping apocalyptic for the intensity that it's going to rain. That's my negativity on this. The positivity for us is we can solve it. But I promise you, we don't solve it just by some slightly larger pipes, raising the Thames barrier, and a bit of sustainable drainage. You know, right now we're designing, if we're designing buildings, we're storing water on the roofs of buildings, we're creating rain gardens, and the like. And so this is climate adaptation in reality. And if I'm really candid with you, if we just follow code, we know codes are slower moving than the reality that we're expecting. And climate change is probably one of the key areas. I won't necessarily go through all of these, but the other area that we've had just loads and loads of interest on from clients is just around thinking about what does, you know, how will future residents, how will future society use the things that we're designing as well. So some of the trends that we're looking at is older populations. But as we get older, we don't necessarily want it to be thought of as old. But hey, presto, we do all get old. It is just one of the realities that we have. So London will be an older population in the future. So how do we get ready for that when people don't necessarily walk as fast? And if you want an example of how code doesn't necessarily get this right, you might or you might not know that pelican crossings, when you press the button and the lights change, they're generally set to a assumed walking speed, 3 miles an hour. And all of our modelling for our pedestrian modelling and the like is done on assumptions of 3 miles an hour worldwide. And the reality is that speed was based on one PhD study from the United States in round about 1952. This is how the reality exists. So that's why I would challenge you. Don't throw the whole blooming rule book away, but in all of our world is just, just think about what we're designing. So it's very, very simple now. We are working with quite a lot of local authorities thinking about, if you want to get out and about, my dad's 82, he doesn't walk at 3 miles an hour. And maybe you could think of maybe your parents or your grandparents as well. But yet they want to get out. And sometimes for getting out for my dad, he's not great about crossing the road, and he probably wants a bench on the way that when he goes out and he walks around the playing field, he wants to be able to sit down. That's not too difficult, and that's engineers and streetscapes, and that's us that are designing it, and that's really important for societal cohesion and the like. And then the same other one as well is the growth of awareness of neurodivergency as well. So neurodivergency is of course, that's people who have non-visible disabilities, but also that includes people who are autistic, dyslexic, and the like. And probably I won't give you a show of hands, but I would imagine that every one of you could think of somebody in your family or that you know who is neurodivergent. And yet the reality is that there's 1 in 5, typically, UK stats show are neurodivergent in the UK, and that the reality is that the design codes that we work for railway stations, for transport systems, for open spaces, actually quite a lot of consideration on physical accessibility, but virtually silent on neurodivergency. And yet that's 1 in 5. So we're doing quite a lot of research right now about thinking about how can we design places that work for everybody. And you know what? A lot of that is not difficult. It's great wayfinding. It's about thinking about the color palette. It's about the noise. It's about giving people choices. And when you're thinking about it, actually it's really straightforward. But if I take that into an engineering world or a fit-out world, we're doing some really great work with some transport agencies. So Metrolink up in, or Merseyrail up in Liverpool, they're totally sold on this because you know what? If we can get the metro accessible to that 1 in 5 that the metro system isn't necessarily designed for. One, that's great social value. The whole purpose of what a transport network that we design is there for is getting people around. And we know that people who are neurodivergent don't travel as much, and they also, when they do travel, they travel by car because they sometimes find traveling on public transport, bus and metro, it's more effort than it's worth. So if we can make it neurodivergent, the business case is nailed on as well because they get more fare revenue as well. So it's a really, really easy win. And so this is thinking wider than that. And then there's other trends that we can talk about as well. And then my last slide I would just take to you about is sometimes when I talk to young people, and I was the same when I started work, you think, well, it's only me. I'm like at school, or I'm just a grad, or I'm just an apprentice. I promise you, do not forget that you have a voice. And the old crusty people that you might work with, who are your project managers and the like, challenge them. Challenge them. Have the ideas, because you have a different perspective than others. You might do it in a constructive way, but honestly, please do not think that the 40-year-old, the 35-year-old person who you are reporting to has all of the answers. I can promise you with the Future Ready program that I've got, some of the best ideas that we have got have come from some of our grads who have done some really cool thinking because they're coming at it fresh and they're not necessarily sort of impacted by others. Please have a voice. And I'm finding that again this year in WSP, we've just launched a network of change makers across the business for anybody who really is passionate about Future Ready. We've had 450 people sign up in the first 2 months. And this is a great network, and it's really, empowering, and we are all learning together. So please, when you go into the world of work, for those of you that are in the world of work, please don't just think, I am only. Because at the other end of the scale, you will have people then who are maybe not as not as free thinking as maybe yourselves are, but actually they have other pressures. And then when you get towards the autumn of your career, you're thinking, well, I'm on the way out. That's for the next generation. So please have a voice and have the confidence to be challenging in a constructive way. And that then means that together we can have a really big impact. So I think that is probably my 30 minutes up. I'm sorry for the Ayatollah size photo here. That is actually larger than life size on this screen, so sorry for that. So yeah, there's my 5 points. Understand whole life carbon, absolutely. But think about what is the core purpose of your project that you are doing, because that is the biggest area. Measurement, do it, but remember that's nothing without doing something with it. Design out carbon first, because that's usually the costs that go. Don't forget to think wider than carbon, and also be empowered. Do it yourself. And then when you've had some great successes, please come and share them with the Zero Network, with Jonathan, and also with me. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. That was a whistle-stop tour of a lot of very useful, interesting information. So thank you.
Not at all.
Yeah, absolute pleasure. So now it is time for Zero Next, who are our future leaders. So we have nearly everybody here. Oh, there's just one of our Zero Next members has just remembered that they're here. Like, oh, this will be interesting. Oh, wait, that's me. Not to name and shame, but here we are. So we're going to have a panel discussion, and then after this, we'll be doing our presentations. So please allow me to introduce to the stage our Zero Next group. We'll give them a little round of applause. Hey, hi, everyone. Should we stand? I could do standing. So let's introduce ourselves. I'm Henry Femi Taylor. I'm not in Zero Next, but I thought I'd just hear and facilitate the conversation, and then we'll just go down the group and we can all introduce ourselves.
Hi, I'm Poppy Harrison. I'm an engineer working for Atkins Realis. Hello. Is this working? No. Okay.
I did just turn it on.
Hello.
It is
You can.
number 2, please. Number 2, come in.
I'll just carry on with this, Mike.
There you go.
I am Lydia McGuinness. I'm a site manager for Waits Construction. Currently working on a building in London. So, yeah.
Hi everyone, I'm Mia Dibe. I'm a senior data consultant at Arup, based in London.
I'm Sonia, and I work for Severn Trent.
And our facilitator has just left us.
Carry on. Sorry.
What are we carrying on about? You're supposed to facilitate us. What are we talking about? What's our topic?
I'm just facilitating your use of microphones. So the microphone does work.
We can just have a yap.
There we go. That's fantastic. So it's great to have you here today. This has been London Climate Action Week. I just wonder what you think you all work in very different areas. What do you think is the most important thing that's going to happen in the next year in your area of the profession to tackle climate change?
Big question to not be prepped for.
Maybe I can start this off because recently I had a conversation. So I'm a project coordinator within Severn Trent, and I'm responsible for ecological environmental surveys. I coordinate this between ecologists and the wider program team. And what I've seen as communicating between internal ecology and what we have as seconded ecologists and wider program team is apparently we as the new program are seen as much more collaborative and open to work with ecology rather than having it as an afterthought and having climate in front as a critical topic.
That is really refreshing.
Yeah. Severn Trent.
All right.
I can give 2 answers. So the first one is in response to what you just said. I think we're going to see more and more compliances related to nature-based solutions actually being implemented and regulated. So we're actually seeing it already with things like biodiversity net gain in England. There are approaches to the development that aim to leave a space in a better state than before by quantifying nature on projects. And so we're seeing that happening right now on projects, but I think over the next year we're going to see it more and more being influenced in all the discussions. Less so from an ecology perspective and regulatory. I think it might be a cliche, but AI, and not AI in the sense that AI, ChatGPT, Copilot, and these kind of gen kind of chatbots that we're seeing, but really kind of seeing data-driven strategies being heavily influencing data architectures for how we should go about doing AI and defining AI use cases on our projects.
So you'll be kind of, I think one of the issues with sustainability is the more detail you go into, the more complex it gets, and it's too much. So if we can kind of deal with some of that complexity by automating that away, then that would help.
It's a big thing that puts people off, actually, the more
Yeah.
detail it is.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. And I think, the point about the nature-based is just wonderful to hear that we're actually it's looking to solve problems rather than just stamp box, tick box, whatever it is, and just move on.
I think I'm probably going to talk about something that's not industry. I can't say it on behalf of the whole industry, but something that I'm definitely trying to do on site. You'll find that a lot of people actually working on site probably have no idea that it's even London Climate Action Week, and we can do some amazing designs that have sustainability at the forefront, but day-to-day battles is just trying to get guys to segregate waste on site, which is what we would think is a basic, but for them, it's not kind of something that, I don't want to say care about, but maybe they're not informed of.
It's just not in their day-to-day, right? It's not a habit, I guess.
Yeah, exactly. You know, a lot of the trades, they're on price work. They want to get in, they want to get the job done. They don't care about having, to put their waste in a certain bin or cleaning up a hole in some cases. So I've been trying to really push that on site and do a lot of sessions regarding climate change and what that means for not only them, but, for their children as well. I find that if you relate it personally to them, then maybe it has more of an impact. But over the next year, I'm really going to try, and throughout the industry hopefully as well, to not just have sustainability as like a high level topic for people. It needs to filter all the way down to the people actually doing the work on site, which I think a lot of people don't realise doesn't actually happen.
I don't think you should underestimate the impact of that. The impact of actually going to, finishing it. We can do PowerPoints and we can talk about stuff, but actually making it happen and changing behaviours.
Yeah, changing behaviours, that's the big thing, which culturally I think as an industry we're not there yet, to be honest.
It's the us v them kind of siloing, and I like that we've covered everything from like AI to segregating waste. I don't really have a good answer. I think it's that classic, you always think you can do everything in 1 year, and you overestimate what you can do in 1 year, and you underestimate what you can do in longer than
5 years is the Bill Gates quote.
There we go. Someone's got it at least.
Yeah.
I think it was a really good point. The guy before from WSP was just talking about standards taking a really long time to catch up. And I think that's true. I think you can think, what's the point? What are we doing this for? That's not going to be for 30 years. And then suddenly, that's tomorrow. That's this year. What's coming up? I think a lot of the change we'll see this year will actually be the result of things that were discussed and actioned and started happening last year, 5 years ago, 10 years ago. And I think it's that you've got to keep working on it. Bit of a cop-out answer.
I feel like a bit of stick to it, because we had all sorts of different answers. We've had a nature-based solution. We've had an AI solution, or an automation. Let's call it automation. Can I call it that?
Automation is one of the use cases. It's not everything.
All right, okay. AI, fine. The site. And then you are bringing in this stick-to-itiveness. You're bringing in the strategic vision as well. So we've had the full... I think it wasn't a cop-out. I said all of that to make you feel that you didn't cop out. Just say you feel better. Not say you feel better, because I think it's true. So, okay. So I think let's try and tease out some of these threads that we've seen today. So we've been doing some work on the technology here, and some of you have been having a go on that. In terms of kind of communication and collaboration, it feels like there's a bit of a common thread here. So in the ecology world, or rather in the surveying world, it's about having this connection and asking people to do the work. In the AI space, it's often about connecting use cases to solutions, or the other way around, because often lots of solutions with no problems. And on site, actually making that communication and strategically, etc. So, how important is building bridges, communicating. The construction sector loves talking about its silos, but there are lots of people, and I think we're all the part of that group. I think everybody here is part of that group just by being here, who are breaking down silos just by talking to people. How important is that?
So important.
Okay, next question.
It's everything though, right? Yes, this is a big part of it. You know, my background and a lot of what I do is still like very standard mechanical engineering. I'm still doing calcs, I'm still doing design, I'm still doing analysis. But sometimes I get talking about some of the digital stuff or some of the sustainability stuff, and people are like, oh, you're one of those digital guys. And it's like, oh, the digital team over there that come in and tell us that our spreadsheets aren't good enough. And there's still this like view of like, I think often you get like experts coming in and people go, you know, there's this whole weird thing of, oh, experts, we don't like them anymore. And actually I think it's a big communication barrier. There's people going, you should be doing this. There's people talking down to our site people and being like, you should be. And it's like, you've got no idea what the actual lived experience of what people are doing is. You have to like come to people where they are. Like, yes, we should be making changes in sustainability and things, but we also have to talk to people in a way that it means something to them and they understand it and they can, you know, relate it to their children or their lives.
Open it to perspective of other people. Do you want me to elaborate on this?
Always.
So you have the different view of everyone. Everyone knows the ins and outs of their job, what they need to do, where it comes from. But then some people just need the outputs of that person and then don't really know what exactly goes into them receiving that. So that communication and translation and all these abbreviations and corporate talk, they constrain us quite a lot. So I feel like probably me, as a young professional, I always keep my communication very basic. What do we need to do now? What does it mean for you? And just stripping down that corporate talk really helps feed that communication and speeds work through, in my opinion, and in my experience.
Yeah, I mean, I really hate professionalizing language for its own sake. You know.
Upskilling's my bugbear at the moment. Why is everything upskilling? We're just training people.
Oh, don't.
You're being upskilled in.
So there must be lots of words, some education.
You're learning
people in the room.
something. You're being trained.
So
You're teaching.
the whole difference between competency and skills, and competencies, I don't understand. I don't understand. There's a technical requirement, but I don't know what it is. I don't know what it is. But it happens in lots of spaces. You know, sometimes it's useful if you've got a group of people that you want to communicate with internally. You know, it saves time if we just use the acronyms. But if you're trying to communicate externally or with somebody else who's trying to convince them.
And between disciplines as well.
Yeah, exactly. Then I feel like the only incentive for you to use a difficult to understand language is to win, is to make yourself look smarter, make them feel stupid, or to somehow make them just not question you. Like, just don't question me.
Well, it's a cliques thing, right? Like,
Right.
I know what you're talking about. Nobody else knows what you're talking about. But I do, and I'm part of the in-crew.
And who wins in that? Nobody. We're all trying to work together, so why are we creating unnecessary boundaries?
I don't necessarily think it's about upskilling or competencies or just winning. I think it's just about recognizing that each of us is kind of unique in what they're bringing to the table. So really valuing roles and responsibilities that we have. And I feel like I can speak from a digital perspective. So that discipline is deeply horizontal, which means that we operate across really like cross-functional teams. So you do need your technical specialist, you do need your person on site, you do need someone who's a bit more strategic. And so it's about recognizing how they're all kind of super important roles and kind of trying to let go of this feeling of the imposter syndrome that I'm not good enough, I need to be upskilled. Yes, of course, you're learning for life, but at the same time, it's about recognizing that you are a strength and your own skill sets are quite unique to the team. So if you look at methodologies like implementing projects the agile way, it's all about really like giving the voice of that one person. So ultimately it comes down to how well you communicate, what discipline you're representing or what, topic you're interested in. And I think it gives birth to a lot of opportunities in the space, because traditionally people who saw construction as a little bit off-putting because it had barriers due to, I don't know, always having to be on site, long hours, gender diversity, whatnot. I think digital is really good because if you work across the technology and data and AI and all the digital space, you're being given this this voice to really be part of the project. Traditionally, if you're, I don't know, a mechanical engineer or a technical specialist, I think right now we're seeing a lot more of like a blending of these disciplines, and it's ultimately it comes down to what application or what topic you're interested in. Are you interested in taking part of climate change projects, sustainability projects, transport projects? So this is where I think the focus becomes more around the ultimate application or your interest, as opposed to just communication because I'm not, skilled enough or, yeah.
I love the communication point there, because we were actually just talking about earlier about like prompt engineering and how you've got this kind of tech bro attitude of, oh, we've got to make everything sound really complicated and really technical. And actually, if you read like the white paper on prompt engineering, it's just good communication skills.
I just did actually, and it is, yeah. It's
It
just
is.
tell it what you need it to do in detail.
Break down your instructions.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
But it doesn't say that. It says, is this a zero-shot prompt? Like a what? Exactly.
Just to add on to that, with the communication skills, I think that's a really important factor in the industry, but also above that is probably listening skills, and there's probably not enough people, senior leadership people in our industry that listen. No, don't worry.
So, I was listening badly. It was a joke. Carry on.
Sorry, I didn't get that. About listening and listening to the right people as well. I think our industry is maybe lacking in hearing the voices of kind of the next generation who, is our future. And so our voice really should matter more than anyone else's. And it's giving space for them and listening to them that I think, I'm being really negative here. I'm like, we need to improve on this, we need to improve on that.
No, but
as well as communication, I think like listening is really important.
It does feed a loop there, because if you don't have that safe space, you wouldn't be brave enough to share your ideas. And then comes the other issue of being afraid to say your opinion and just share your ideas, and that stops not just yourself but your team from all different possibilities of innovation.
Just on sharing ideas, it doesn't always have to be your own idea. So another form of communication is mirroring back things that you see happening in the industry, whether it being, by industry events, when you go, webinars that you've attended, just insights, and just being able to bring that back to the team is also another form of, communicating.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So this entire day has been about talking to future leaders, and talking to some right now. Hi. We have some future leaders in the audience as well, and I know you all, and you've all been on very varied journeys in your professional careers. Do you want to give us some highlights or give some advice? If you were going to give advice to a younger version of yourself entering the industry today, what would you advise them? Especially if you wanted to, you want to make an impact, you want to get ahead, you want to make a change.
I may be able to start on that one. I have a personal rule, which I read somewhere on the internet. It takes 20 seconds. You need to be brave for 20 seconds, and after that, you're already in it. Be brave and allow yourself to be seen, because that's how stuff happens. If you just sit back and be afraid to talk and share, you cannot get to know your organization. You cannot get to know your people. Literally, you are putting barriers on yourself. So allow yourself to be seen.
I think that's great advice, and that's something that I have a strong personality. You might have noticed. So some people take offence to that. Sometimes quite quiet. But like you say, if you just step out and you do that and you just occupy the space, it's already happened after 20. Yeah, like you say, it doesn't take long. I love that. I love that.
And that's okay.
And it's okay. Yeah, be heard. It's fine. We're just having a conversation. We're just people. No one's inherently special, more special than you. I've met lots of people who have kind of, like super awesome industry leaders. And you go and you meet them here, and then you come out and like, turns out they're just people. Turns out everybody is just people.
Absolutely. And it is refreshing. People do find it refreshing, which was surprising to me.
Okay, we'll go out of order. I'll sneak on that one. Mine's always just ask more questions. I think when I was a kid, although I'm probably not giving the impression right now, I was super shy and I didn't really like asking people questions, and I kind of just was dealing with like, I'd be like, oh, okay, I'll just work it out later, I'll fix it out. And now I ask questions all the time, and people probably find it really, really irritating, but it means I learn so much about, firstly, the answer to the question I asked in the first place, but then you start conversations. I think in terms of that advice piece as well, I get involved in loads of stuff because I find it really interesting and I get really excited and the variety is amazing, but you also have to be careful you're not spreading yourself too thin. And I think the real benefit of things like Zero and some of my other volunteering opportunities is you find your network and you find people to share that with. And then sometimes you say, I actually can't support this right now. I am doing too much. And that's great because you've got your community and you've got people that can step up and take that over and help you out. And I think that's my 3 pieces of advice in one.
Yeah, no, I love it. It's community. We're just having a conversation. Just having a conversation.
Probably similar to asking questions, mine would be challenge people. If you don't agree or are passionate about something that maybe someone else is speaking negatively about. I think there's a lot of people in an industry that are reluctant to change. And if we don't challenge, then don't expect change because, you need to challenge to see any kind of anything in this industry evolve. I remember being on site when I was 17 and I was the only woman that they'd ever had on a construction site, and it was pretty terrifying. And there's a lot of things that I let go and I didn't challenge. And now I'm a bit more of a strong, independent woman. I look back on that time and I'm like, gosh, if only I'd said something, which is easier said than done. But I think it's really important to call people out, if they're doing, I don't know, things wrong.
Not separating their waste.
Not segregating their waste, exactly that.
Waste.
Yeah.
And sometimes, there's a code, right? There's a coded language people use in a certain situation, and they're like, it was just banter, and there's a system, and you have to, am I challenging this? Am I getting involved? But just asking questions sometimes, just like sorry, what was that? Or just the little, it's that pausing, it's like that 20 seconds. It's sometimes challenging, because I have a really long history of people pleasing. And I've gotten over it.
Same.
Yeah, mostly. I've gotten over it mostly. And but one of the ways to kind of not really stop myself is to just ask the question. I'm like, so if something seems wrong to me, or I feel like I'm being put down, or I'm being sidelined, or whatever, I'm sorry. What's the logic behind that? Just
ask for clarification.
You're asking for clarification because actually I think a lot of time, people in their behaviours, if you're doing a job and somebody is just an email, you just top spin over an email, do the thing. Where's my thing? Done another thing, right? You're in trouble. You've not done the thing because it's just an email conversation and they've done it thousands of times. By stopping people and pausing and slowing down, I think you can create opportunities for people to maybe even challenge how they behave and think, as well as how you think.
And I think people are always going to have their opinions. Like people on site today had opinions that I was coming here this afternoon. Oh, what are you wasting your time on now? But those people will be stuck where they are, kind of for the foreseeable future. And there are some people that you can't change. And if you know internally that you're doing the right thing and you are making a difference, then don't let other people get in your way, because there is so many opinions in construction and not all of them are the right ones to believe in.
Not all of them are relevant to you.
Exactly.
Mileage may vary. No, I think it's really, really a good point. Can you be my life coach? Is that all right?
Sign me up.
I'll end it with 2 things. I guess be curious and be open. and I'll give 2 examples from my own experience. So, by the way, what you study at university or at school is not necessarily what you'll end up doing. And why am I saying be open is because I studied architecture about 10 years ago, and I would have never found myself in an engineering company doing information management, data management, and all the major infrastructure projects that the engineering kind of discipline and field has. And it's been really truly eye-opening. And it wouldn't have happened if I didn't think that I'd be curious or I'd be, open to challenge my own kind of knowledge and my own experience. So that's the first thing. And then the second one is, again, on being curious. I think it's important to have a can-do attitude, even though you, doubt yourself or you think that you don't have the necessarily skill set. Again, drawing from previous experience, after architecture, I then worked in building information modeling BIM consultancy, and then after that I worked in a software as a service startup. I wouldn't have known that that was going to be my journey, but somehow along the way I was open and curious about software, open and curious about other things beyond architecture. And then I found that architecture was this very small niche within the entire supply chain, within the built environment. So given that example, I also worked on a kind of nature-based solution, like a product for a nature-based solution. And having not had any kind of prior experience within ecology or sustainability, but know that if you are curious and open, you'll always find transferable skill set. You'll always find kind of the narrative that will guide you to what you're actually doing. And yeah.
I love that, because we've just talked about how much things are changing even in the next year, let alone in the next however many years. One of my mates is a social media manager, and she's like, that job didn't exist when I was a kid. I had no idea what I wanted to do. And think of how many jobs in sustainability or in digital skills that don't exist right now are going to exist in...
And job titles don't mean anything, by the way.
Yeah. No, my job title is engineer. What does that mean? What am I doing? Who knows?
I think yes, especially when you get to start writing your own job title. That's when you know it's genuinely bullshit. That's the true sign. So yeah, it's been a really interesting chat to you all. I think in terms of the future and where do we go from here, I think for me, I think people should, if you're students or you're not already a member of Zero Next, then I think they should probably join, don't you?
I think you absolutely should.
Look at all the lovely people you can be friends with.
Points only to her right.
I think if you're here, you're here because
here.
of a reason. You believe in something, and it's really a no-brainer. You should.
I think it was long before Zero existed, but one of the best things that I ever did for my career was joining voluntary groups, because I was in my little niche and I didn't see the wider industry. And you can see, is it infrastructure, is it architecture, is it construction, is it operations, is it tech, is it, what is it? There is something for everybody inside the industry, and actually by having a better understanding of the whole industry, you can navigate your path better, but you can also empathize better, which makes you better at your job, because you'll understand where other people are coming from, I would say.
Especially as a fresh grad, you don't have that visibility out of school, uni. You don't really know how the industry looks like.
Yeah.
So that's a perfect way to get involved.
Absolutely. So do we have any more closing thoughts, or we shall finish it off here? And it's going to be time for a presentation. So I think it might be time, if we are all done. I'd like to thank Poppy Harrison, Lydia McGuinness, Mia Dubé, and of course, Sonia Dencheva. Everybody, big round of applause, please. So you may now return to your tables and your teams, but it's going to be presentation time, like right now. So I hope you're all ready to present. We're going to get you up here. We need to line up our judges, first of all. You right? Yeah. So we'll be having to set you all up on a Teams call or something like that so that you can present your screen, yes, we will be doing that. So run for the hills or get ready to show us. Oh, they're in the G drive. Oh, so it's all sorted. Oh, they're all good. They're all good. Okay, you're all good. You're fine. You're fine. But we do need your teams. So who is looking the most, like, you're looking vaguely panicked over there? Well,
So there's 2 presentations in G drive, not 3. I believe there's 3 teams. Got a whip report.
Okay.
So who wants to go first? No pressure.
Where is the rest of Team 1? Apart from Poppy.
Oh dear.
Team 2? You're
FRP
uploading us, so therefore
WIP.
it is going to be Team 3. I'm sorry. I don't.
Come on, Team 3. I don't know. What's the name of your presentation in G drive? Oh, so it's not in there.
All right, so they're Team 3 now. It's fine. We'll have it next time.
Give us a minute, we'll sort the presentations out.
Yeah, okay, all right. Can I get a microphone?
Need to get them on stage.
So I want to get some feedback on these exercises. And how was it? I walk right up to you.
So who's going first then?
How was that?
It's quite great, to be honest.
Yeah?
Yeah, I quite learned a lot.
Yeah, what did you learn? Sorry, what's your name?
Omari.
All right, nice to meet you, dude.
Nice to meet you.
I'm looking forward to your presentation. I'm glad you learned something. We're going to have to see how it goes. Are you tempted to join Zero next? Are you going to get into construction? What's the plan?
Oh, yeah, I'm studying construction management right now at university.
Oh, really? Okay.
I'm planning on joining it.
So WIP is going to present first because that is ready to go on the screen.
Okay. Who's
not.
whip?
They're shaking their heads. Team Whip look panicked. Okay, so we're good. We're good. Basically, if you can give us 10 minutes of presentation and 10 minutes of questions on the work you've done with iTwin, and then we'll go from there.
Yeah.
But there is only 2 presentations.
Okay, we have as many microphones as you need if you all want to get up and,
you guys ready?
and do the thing.
Have you got a USB stick? I've got one. It's 25 years old.
Okay, so we'll work on that. Right, so I'm just arranging my judges. You have your criteria right there.
I just heard him say, what's a USB stick?
Yeah, he was joking. He was joking. He knows what a USP is. It's a unique selling point, right?
The USB stick there. I've had that since my very first year in industry, and I'm never going to lose it. It's got 128 megabytes on it. Yeah. Well, interesting. Can we share a screen? Can we HDMI? Yeah, we're doing that. We're doing that. Pull it out. We're sharing your screen.
Sorry.
Come on, guys. Get yourself on stage.
Is this one working? Okay.
Hey. Excellent.
While they're getting ready, just
criteria.
a message for signing up for Zero. If you could just come find me, I'll guide you through the sign-up process, and I would like to ask you a question about today. So if you could all just find your way towards me at some point of the day, that would be great. Thank you.
Is that how we did that this morning? Yeah, do that. Bear with our technology issues.
Okay, so we've got 2 people presenting from this group. So we just are you going to both be presenting?
It's working.
Okay, excellent. So, are you coming in?
Come on,
we're getting
come on.
Here we go. Here we go.
Come on,
Mics for
Yemi.
everybody. Mics for everybody. There you go, Olivia.
Thank you. Hello.
Might not be turned on yet, but we need to make sure we've got the right ones. So what have we got? What number are you? We got 1, that's 3, that's for you. So just general microphone training. These things don't do anything if you hold them here. So you have to hold them here. Okay, there you go. That is your microphone training over. For further media training, please contact me later. Right. You need one, and then we're all done, and you guys are ready to rock and roll. So, what number mic have you got? Number 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We are all on. We are all ready. Checkity check. It's fine. It's just technical issues. This is what always happens. This is like when people try and... I'm just going to test my software live like we just did. This always happens. Yeah. It's worked. There we go. Yeah, I know. It's just, this looks like it arms a 1980s action movie bomb, doesn't it? Okay. So what is the name of your team?
We call ourselves Team 3, but
So, with Team 3, give it a big round of applause. Let's get some energy in the room. Let's see what they have. Team 3, welcome to the stage. Yeah. We're very excited to see you. If you could just give us your names as well, individually, when we get started, and I'll just start telling you after, but you got like 10 plus minutes, you'll be fine. But I am leaving my microphone on so I can heckle. No, I'm joking. I won't heckle.
So it's not a beautiful presentation. We lost half of our team during somewhere in the process, but...
so let's get names. Let's introduce ourselves.
My name's Ellery Miles. I'm from DBM Burcon. I'm just recently moved to the UK.
Yeah, my name is Alaimi Usman. I work with Ton & Townsend in London. I work as a cost and carbon consultant.
My name's Amanda Gumbai. I work for HSBC. I'm an IT program / project manager. I know nothing about engineering, but I enjoyed myself.
Good.
My name's Olivia. I'm a recent graduate and I'm learning about infrastructure today.
Excellent.
Cool. So we'll crack on. We went down the avenue that this bridge wasn't designed yet, although in the Google Maps it was built. But in, I think, technicality it said, imagine what you could do if there were like a different route over the river, different methods of travel. So we went down the route that it hadn't been designed yet, so we're reducing the carbon, embodied carbon of a, let's say, a schematic design bridge, or it looks a little bit more detailed than that. The first thing that we wanted to do, and I heard someone say this the other day, but anything you do, you should always practice, like a dress rehearsal. So we were going to use Bentley's lovely 4D tools to help us digitize the construction of the bridge itself to remove the risk and potential emissions from delays and construction pinch points by using 4D tools. If anyone doesn't know what 4D tools are, essentially it's like a sequence of events that you can build your infrastructure, your built environment in adjacent to the time that someone has planned it out to. So yeah, this is a bit of a future planning. Things happen on projects, delays, logistics of materials. So by us virtually planning what it's going to look like and how it's going to come together, we will essentially visualize all the problems that could happen, remove those, and evidently remove the the potential emissions that would have occurred during those problems. And a picture tells 1,000 words. I don't know how to build a bridge. I'm not a bridge person. I don't know how to build a tunnel. But when you see these animations come to life, you sort of, it bridges a very, pun intended, bridges a gap between on how these things come together. So.
Yeah, and in addition to that, it's more of like a decarbonization process because we are using digital tools to decarbonize. Just imagine we didn't plan this with a 4D tool. When we go to site, we might have some delays and we might have some issues during the transportation, but once we visualize it with the digital tools, it can save us some emissions later in the future. So that's it. Good. Next.
Another thing that we looked at was the geolocation of the bridge itself. So it's in Fort Lauderdale, which is the 9th sunniest state in the States. So we, like any sustainability exercise, we threw a bit of PV panels to it to try and capture that beautiful solar energy. So potentially we looked at including photovoltaic panels to generate the electrical signaling and lighting during non-daylight times for the bridge. So potentially make it fully self-powering per se.
Yeah, and she suggested about the PV also, and we can actually use the energy generated from the PV to the street lights, and that can help to reduce the emission from the grid.
Another thing we thought about was because it was actually hot, we had to take into consideration that the expansion and contraction, and so my esteemed team came up with suggestions, which I don't know their names, but we'll go into it later. Yeah.
So the first cab off the rank was looking at, I guess, ulterior options and alternates. We apologise to any structural engineers in the room. We went down the path that no idea was a bad idea, and we went heavy into it. So initially we had a look at potentially reducing the overall width of the bridge and turning it into a one plinth supported bridge. Whether or not it could hold the trafficable activity on the bridge, we are yet to do that research. But one of the other big changes was the reinforced, the rebar that was in the concrete. We were going to look at reducing it with a new product that's come to the market somewhere out of Helsinki. I actually don't know that, don't check that. Called basalt fiber reinforced polymer, which has a 90% reduction of traditional rebar embodied carbon. So that quick change of material in the concrete itself would do a significant benefit in that direction.
Yeah, in addition to what you said, in terms of the materiality, so we thought about some innovative design approach, looking at the footbridge, that is the pier. So in the initial footbridge has about more than 8 footings. So we looked at a new design to integrate 2 footings into one. Automatically, we're reducing the concretes, we're reducing the steels, and invariably, we reduce the carbon emission for the materials in that particular design. So, and also looking at the new reinforced polymer we talked about, that's going to bring down the embodied carbon emission in that particular design. Yeah.
And then the most revolutionary idea was replacing the expansion joints with agglomerated cork. You heard it there first. Why do we do that again?
It's cork. Yeah, for the there was a question that came up during the brainstorming session that, okay, if we are designing the concrete as a slab, but there might be too much, so there might be collapse in the near future. So we thought about innovative solutions like the cork expansion joint. This is more sustainable than the regular steel expansion joint, so we can have that into our different bays of the slabs, and that can increase the strength, increase the durabilities, and also reduce the emissions overall. that's what she talked about, and that's a brilliant idea.
And then we decided that instead of actually having the gaps in between, we were actually going to have vegetation, so trees, and that will actually help with absorbing carbon, and then it actually looks a lot better. It's actually having a gap.
Yeah.
And I understand that when they're building roads, that they're built in a slant. Is that right? Yeah, they're built in a slant, so you'll be going into a verge instead of actually falling into the river or the...
Yep.
Another thing that we've seen in the sphere of probably LinkedIn or somewhere, these wind generated by vehicle turbines, I don't know where they actually are, but instead of dividers, potentially use this as another source of energy capture to support either lighting or having a battery energy storage system underneath the bridge potentially to supply the neighbouring community. These are end-little vertical access wind turbines. Go check them out if you like. This is probably our grandest idea. So due to the position, looks like a pretty good spot for access via freight and cargo, so we decided to definitely head down the prefab components for the bridge build. The large sailboat thing sounds ridiculous. However, I have been fortunate. I just came back from Egypt and I did the whole Pyramids of Giza thing, and obviously we all know the conspiracies around how they built the pyramids, but one of the Egyptologists that I met said for those large pieces of stone that are probably the earliest attempts at prefab, they actually cut the shape out of the rock and then dug further 2 portions underneath, built boats in those holes, and then when the Nile flooded per season, the water would rise and somehow pick these large pieces of stone up, and they would transport those from Cairo all the way down to Luxor. So if that's the Egyptologist's theory, it's good enough for me. So potentially leveraging wind access for our prefab materials.
Yeah, and in addition to the prefab, so we thought about the transportation using the sailboat systems, and then we think this will be more sustainable and in quotes. So the modularity comes in place whereby items are being prefab off-site, and we transport it with a sailboat to the site and join it together on our site. So that's more of, and in looking at the carbon bit of it, we might use sustainable options in terms of the fuel usage of the sailboat or something else. Just a thinking, it's not valid yet, but that's our thinking at this stage.
Oh, and then just to wrap it all up, in terms of due to the prefab nature of this bridge, due to digitizing it and understanding how it's put together and the information capture that we did during design and schematic design, we'll have enough information for disassembly if need be, if for whatever reason we need to scale the bridge larger, or the other side of that waterway becomes a non-trafficable zone. It could be potentially disassembled and turned into a green bridge, a walking bridge, and because we have the sequence of events that it takes to build it, we should be able to re-engineer backwards, hypothetically speaking.
Yeah, and that's as in terms of circularity says, so using the digital tools, we should visualize either changing the position of the bridge, the functions of the bridge, probably in the next 30, 40 years, and that is where circularity comes in. And also in terms of the reuse and the recycling, we tend to think around the recycling of the steels, the handrails, the street lights, in terms of decommissioning of the bridge later on. So we're thinking around that, and automatically that is the sustainability bit of it in terms of circularity.
And that's all we've got for today's presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. That was a whistle-stop tour of a fantastic, wide variety of innovations in the space, and it was really good. Like, I learned stuff. I was definitely like, I did not know about those turbines, and certainly like connecting the dots with like the sailboats, because like that is something that is being actually trialed again. You know, it's like sailboats work, it turns out. You know, so I really enjoyed the variety in the context, and you know, you went really deep and wide into the topic. So we are like to thank you very much for coming up. Please take a seat. Yeah, we will need those microphones back though. I guess I better take those. Yeah, that's why you were looking at me funny. I realise now. Okay, so who is up next? We have the next team coming along. Do we have a name for your team?
Yeah. Just call it
WIP. WIP. So everyone's going to get a microphone.
You just click the green.
Okay, who's got it?
Oh, no one's going to know that.
Okay.
Classified.
That's classified. Nice. You're ready to work on secure projects.
Absolutely.
I am afraid that's confidential.
No, I'll put it in someone else. Like more.
You can have a microphone as well.
Thank you. Testing. No, that's.
Hello.
Yes, everyone has a microphone.
Because we changed it around last minute.
They
Do what you want to do.
They kept working right up until the deadline. Is that familiar to anybody? I've never done that. I go way past the deadline and then beg forgiveness.
We got the pointy thing. Yeah. Okay, cool. Nice.
Got to say, we've got more strong sticker game on the laptops here.
Oh, no.
Enjoy those stickers.
Okay, well, we'll just talk about it.
Yeah. Are you all right? Are you ready to go?
Yeah.
In that case, please welcome to the stage, WIP.
Hey guys, my name is Boomer.
Hello, thank you. I'm Kukwa, and I'm a chemical engineering student.
There you go.
And I'm Deanna. I'm an economics and geography student.
And my name is Mohammed Ali, and I'm semi-retired.
Nice. So we're going to quickly go into materials. Oh yeah, the report's here now.
Yeah.
Well, we'll come back to it in the start because I want to talk about something first.
Okay.
I want
That's
to
fine.
talk about the aggregates
Yeah.
first. So we're going to quickly talk about the aggregates. And yeah, next slide. So this is us quickly using the tool that we were given. There's a pie chart on the total released carbon emissions by when we used a fillable material of concrete. Yeah, as you can see, that's the pie chart. Next. It's a lot of carbon. 7,452 million carbon dioxide released. So that's a quick heat map, and there's also a pie chart. Yeah. So these are the different materials that we tested out. As you can see, ready-mix carbon was quite bad. That was the default that we tried with. What we found was the flowable concrete fill had a really low carbon emission, but it wasn't very strong. So we came up with a solution to make a compound that was a really good mix of ready-mix, the flowable concrete fill, and the high-strength cement-based grout, just to counter that strength. This is a quick table, as you guys can see. You can't really see it, but yeah. As you can see, the flowable fill was very weak, but it had really low waste potential, so which was really good. So yeah, we want to mix that with the grout to get a nice mix. This is the seawall docs. Can you go to the first slide quickly?
Back.
Yeah, to the first one. I changed it on the new pamphlet. I've done an update. So yeah, these are the same things, but for the seawall. Again, we want a stronger base on the seawall, so we'd have a different mix again and more grout. but as you can see, grout produces a lot of carbon emission.
Yeah, and then we decided to go with the flowable fill because obviously it produced the least amount of carbon dioxide, and the shotcrete produced the most of 9.6 million.
Yeah, and off to circularity.
Yep. So our recyclable material, for our material, it was more reusable, it had longer durability and longevity, low carbon potential, and it also meant minimum equipment when used. Of course, everything has its challenges, nothing is perfect. So once the mix is set, that part can actually not be reused. And as an improvement, we have gone to, and we thought we could use higher recycled content of fly ash in the actual mix, which would kind of help resolve that issue. And you have other issues as well, such as cement content and contamination. So if the material is contaminated, it will be like limited when reused and stuff. So yeah. And then on to modularity, which doesn't have the title, but so
we've updated the slide. It's not uploaded, so yeah. But yeah, modularity.
You can't blame him. That's not fair.
I'm not.
No, carry on. You're fine.
So modularity and waste reduction. We found that if you build it off site, it's much better just because it helps. It makes less disruption rather than doing it on site. You bring the material on site, and it's quicker to build. It's disrupts less people. As the bridge in urban areas, there'll be more people, more disruption. And if you look at modularity across the life cycle, so you have during the design phase, you can use integration with forms like BIM and iTwin. And then during the construction phase, there's reduced construction time and minimal impact when using flowable fill. And in the use phase, it's got easy inspection and replacement. It's very durable. And during the end of life phase, again, deconstruction friendly, recyclable, and back to circularity, it can, yes, it had issues, but it can have a more sustainable circular life.
So technicality, first of all, sorry for all the words. We got carried away with the research and we didn't really have time to shorten it. So uses of flowable fill in the bridge construction. We know that it provides uniform support and reduces settlement issues. Thank you. Yeah. I'll just read from here. It provides uniform support and reduces settlement issues. It eliminates the need for mechanical compaction and reduces lateral pressures on retaining structures due to its lower unit weight and strength. Obviously, there's a lot. Again, sorry. We're going to move on to the advantages of the bridge applications. It reduces labour and equipment for compaction. It speeds up construction schedules, which we all love, minimises post-construction settlement, and reduces the risk of bridge bump at the end by improving the approach support. Some of the challenges that we saw as we were doing our research was water migration. So the flowable fill can segregate or bleed if water content is too high. Buoyancy of adjacent structures, so the light pipes or structures can float if it's not anchored properly. And the mix design needs to be tailored for flowability, strength, and setting time. And the last one is the environmental concerns. So use of fly ash must meet environmental guidelines, which is all about today in sustainability.
Anyways, what should we... Oh, there's a lot missing on this slide because I've updated it on this slide. But I don't know if you guys can really see. But yeah, anyway, so first point I want to make quickly is about piezoelectric materials. So Japan did this quite a lot in Tokyo, where they've made a material where when you walk on it, it actually generates electricity. So it's a really nice renewable source of energy that can be used to either for the nearest local towns or just light bulbs on the bridge. So we could incorporate that on the roads. So when cars go on it, you could even reduce tolls for bridges. And then there's also, I think Diane talked about the SCMs, and she talked about fly ash. It sort of produced a lot, and guys can't really see this, but it replaced a portion of Portland cement with fly ash, slag, GGBS, or silica fume to reduce CO2. And another last point is GFRP. As you guys, I'm sure you guys know that it's got a really strong weight to strength ratio. So it can extend life in marine conditions quite well. It's waterproof, it's a really good material, it's light, and it's compared to concrete, it produces a lot less CO2 emissions, which is really good. And it just reduces long-term maintenance as well. So yeah, anyways, thank you guys for listening. Hope you guys enjoyed it.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. It's been an absolute pleasure. We can drop your microphones off back at the AV station. I thought it was a real, there was a real dedication to looking at the problem all the way through. How does this actually have to work? How does a bridge? Seems to be a question you're asking yourself. How do we actually make this work? I really enjoyed that. Now, so we are now ready, I believe, for Team 1. Are you calling yourself Team 1? Do you have another name? Frop. Okay. It's just your initials. Okay. Felt like there was why are you making me say something online? Is this a meme? Okay. All right. So we have Team Frop coming up. Let's have a big round of applause for them, and hopefully they'll be all ready to just go. That's fine. How many slides do you have?
Do you guys only have 2 slides? Okay.
That's all good, right? Because they're going to do it on force of personality, right? Okay, so here's microphones for you all. So that is number 1.
Thank you.
Number 2.
I'll do the path. Can I
introduce you to
Yeah.
You can still have a microphone.
Thank you.
So yes,
Hi.
if you all wouldn't mind standing up and introducing yourselves, it should work.
Hello, thank you. Quick introduction, my name's Rob. I work in a sixth form college as a teacher, and I also work with a company called Class of Your Own, who develop built environment projects for schools.
My name is Omari. I'm still a current student at BC right now, studying construction management. So, yeah, that's me, Dan.
Hi everyone, I'm Fran. I work for GS1 UK, who are behind the most commonly used unique identifier, so the barcode, and other standards that are used across different sectors. So, for example, the health service, the national, the NHS. If you go into Sainsbury's or Tesco's, you will see all the products barcoded. That's the GS1 standard. And I work in the construction industry, collaborating with all of our members, working on case studies with companies like Legrand, Tarmac, and all the big names. So, yeah.
So that's who we are. We approached this task by not really redesigning the bridge, but thinking about how it can be manufactured differently or improving the efficiencies in the manufacturing process. So if we look at these points to the side, what can we say? So first of all, just selecting off-site manufacturing. So Mari can maybe just give some general points on off-site manufacturing.
Yeah, off-site manufacturing, so comes prefabricated components are built off-site in a factory environment, so it allows us to have a safer working environment on site, especially in the bridge. And also the easily replaceable parts, which means that the components that are built due to having BIM, which has parametric modeling, which allows precise measurements. So the measurements can be used for different other builds, different other bridges, which allows for high standardization. If that makes sense. Yeah.
Yeah, so there was, the general benefits of using modular construction there. But then we got into a discussion about how do you actually enable this and make it worthwhile financially. So, for example, you've got a singular bridge. How do you make it viable to set up a whole factory to produce these modules and these components? Well, so we talked about fitting this bridge project into a wider bridge development plan. So connect your project with national infrastructure targets or even regional construction targets, and then these modules can be replicated for further bridge projects, making it just viable in the first place to do, much more appealing for clients and stakeholders. And then we got into a discussion about if these modular components are being manufactured, thinking about their whole life cycle, how do we enable that to be tracked? And Fran's expertise in terms of product passports came into that. So I don't know could we go to the final slide already, please?
So the concept with a product passport is to be able to provide some kind of, a type of digital twin of that particular material or element of the bridge. So this is just an overview of what that could look like. So ideally, you'd want the manufacturers to provide the data about that product. So when it comes to concrete, so all the elements of that concrete, and on a granular level, what kind of carbon data can they provide? And it's really crucial for the project that that information is provided from the offset, so that then you can as you develop the project, you can incorporate that and use that information all the way through from planning the building, but also crucially after for maintenance, repair, and ultimately if the bridge will be dismantled, how is it best to do that, and whether the materials can be either be reused or recycled. And all of that information will ideally need to be stored in a digital format. So the digital format ideally would be some kind of product passport that is linked to a BIM model or some kind of digital model. And so this is an overview of what that could look like. So the manufacturers are the ones that do provide that information. But we've got to remember that that information then needs to go through the process, the supply chain, and all the way through once it's being on the maintenance level. So on a granular level, so the manufacturers provide information about that product. The main contractor or subcontractor is the one that is responsible for taking this information and making this information relevant to those who are going to be needing to take information from that passport. And then from the maintenance level, yes, once the information is on some kind of product passport file or format, you can then replace the products or parts of or elements of the bridge. And the sustainability element to that is that you can then specifically change certain elements of the bridge by knowing exactly what is in the bridge in the first place. And so should you need to replace, you can go back to the unique identification, so you would know, for example, the manufacturer and who it was made by, and then what you would need in order to either replace that specific part of the bridge or any other or anything else that needs to be changed in that sort of cycle. So it's really about having that full visibility across when you're, to consider that full circular sort of view of the built bridge. And,
Yeah, thank you. Because I think from the talks this morning and the task that we did initially, when we look at that carbon costing, it's really quite general. So, it seems quite general from someone looking at it for the first time anyway. That's me. But where does that more granular data is going to come from? We need to get a little bit more collaboration going on. So really some buy-in from manufacturers and suppliers that are actually going to supply this data, and then people can really use it. And getting it from the very beginning seemed key to us. And can we just flip back to the first slide to end? Thank you. However, through that conversation about, modular design, benefit circularity, et cetera, we did start to think about some negatives that we need to then consider, have a wider discussion about. So you might be moving towards something with reduced flexibility. If you've got the next 100 bridges to be built in Western Europe are using this modular design, okay, so that's the one thing that becomes cost feasible. Is that a great idea? So there's a bit more discussion to have there. This may move us towards a reduced future innovation. So each site not being looked at for its unique characteristics and trying to make this model fit every time could be a potential negative. Less distinctive placemaking as well. So again, you've got 100 bridges that look the same all over the UK or all over Western Europe. Is that good? Are we losing some cultural identity through that? So there's a discussion there. And potentially with modular construction and manufacturing, reduce local jobs and skills creation. So these problems are not insurmountable, but we only just began to talk about them because they're big issues and big questions. So not really a redesign, but just I think a rethinking about how it could be produced. And that's what we did today.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Lovely. Excellent. Thank you so much. If you wouldn't mind returning your microphones. I thought it was really interesting the way that you were thinking about your stakeholders. You were thinking about these are the people that we're solving these problems for. And these are the problems we might be creating, which is not usual in a sales pitch, I've got to be honest, which I found that really refreshing. I really enjoyed that you were thinking end to end. You were thinking about the data and the decision making, seeing where the problems were in terms of manufacturers and are we placemaking anymore if they all look the same? All these sorts of issues, but understanding that the benefits that you're getting over here can't be outweighed by these, and similarly both ways. I thought it was you really made me think, which I really enjoyed. So thank you very much. Now we are, as judges, going to need to confer. So we're going to have a short break, and we will be back, I believe, about at 4:30. So we're going to have a little tea and coffee break, and then we will announce the winners. Thank you all very much for participating. Let's have a nice little break, and we'll see you all up here again shortly. Thank you very much. That's for you. Let's find my other judge.
Looked inside of there. You can see it had more than just a card. Right, there's other data. It definitely gets loaded into that EPD, but the capability to have where's it sourced from.
Okay, so the judges have convened, and it was a difficult judging process, but we are now ready to announce the winners. So if you wouldn't mind, please, if you are in a team, coming back over, and we will give you the judges' feedback and announce the winners.
Yes.
Okay, just grab a seat, you can stand, it's fine. I need my notes. Yeah. Okay. Right, now we can all stand here. We've all got our notes here. I just typed mine. Okay, so we really thought it was a really excellent standard overall, didn't we?
I mean, as you all could probably tell, each of the teams took their own unique approach to things. So it was really nice to see. I had, Team 3 did a real deep dive on construction and the process, which was great to see. Team 2 really digging in on material choices and that, which was exciting. And then Team 1 looking at what I was really excited about was the trade-offs. You recognize that there were going to be negative consequences to some of these decisions, and then looking also at the scalability and the manufacturing side of it. So to some degree, apples and oranges, just keep that in mind. We had to judge 3 great presentations.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. So I think that it was really nice to see 3 different presentations. They were all good. They all had their own pros and cons, but it was really, really nice to see that you had really put effort there, that it wasn't just something that you made up just to show something, but there was really an idea behind on all of those presentations.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think in terms of feedback for your communications, like across the different groups, I think really want to see the whole team talk and hear from everybody. And it's not necessarily about the number of slides that you have. It is about what you're communicating. So you can come up with no slides and you'll be fine. But that being said, it's also really useful when you do put lots of detail into slides if I want to download it later, you know what I mean? So, again, it's apples and oranges. Like we said, we loved all of them because you were all coming from really different angles. I think you had a point about some lessons in terms of modularity and how actually bridges work and stuff.
Yeah, for all the teams, I just wanted to make an important distinction between the prefab and disassemblable, reusable, which you all talked about. So there's many cases where you can have prefab modular units and they are constructed in a way that is absolutely not disassemblable and reusable, right? So, I mean, it's very common practice, especially on bridges. You'll have prefab structural units and then you pour a deck on top, right? And that makes it one structural unit. So that's no longer kind of easily disassemblable, reusable. So just keep that in mind, the distinction between those elements. But everything that you said was in fact true and very good. I love that you focused on the efficiency that comes with the prefab materials, which is very true, that they can control the environment and often, use different types of mixes and reduce waste. And you also all were factoring in the transportation costs that come with that, right? Because you're not going to just have a prefab facility that happens to be next to your site. So you do have to weigh those trade-offs. And props to Team 3 that looked at the value of the shipping and how that is often a very efficient way of doing it.
Okay, so yeah, I think for my feedback for Team 3 would be really enjoyed kind of the machine gun approach to innovation. Like, we're going to give you 30 options. At least 3 of these are going to get through, right? We've got tons of ideas, and you've got to give in on one of them, surely. I couldn't judge the feasibility of all of those. It did feel like it would be a lot of work you'd have to fight that fight every single time. But you did open my eyes, and so I'm really grateful for that really broad understanding that you gave me of things that I hadn't considered and things that I wasn't aware of. So thank you.
Yeah, I think I don't have too much to add. Maybe I wanted to give some props for the team one about using the digital twin approach for bringing all the stakeholders together, because that's really important when we think about sustainability of infrastructure assets. Like it's kind of the way to democratize the design, to bring everybody in the same ecosystem so that everybody can share and see what's going on. So that was a good point.
Yeah, I think to add to that, Team One was really thinking about the stakeholders and how it impacted people, and you were going from kind of end to end, thinking about what changes we could make and seeing where the problems are, because part of innovation, I think, is knowing that there are going to be problems.
Great. Well, that was I was the same. I really noted the way you brought in the social elements. I really appreciated that. And like I already mentioned, the trade-offs, because there are trade-offs. It's for all of these great, wonderful, interesting ideas, there's always kind of a counterpoint to that, whether it's cost, feasibility, technical challenges, social challenges. So I'm glad that you were thinking about that as well.
Okay, so for Team Two, I really, like from a communication perspective, I was really glad you started with a problem and you finished with the solution. It was a clear story that you were following through. Everything seemed to be considered from a practicality perspective. It was going through, this is what we're doing. It gave me, I was thinking, if I was in that pitch meeting, I'd have felt confident that this team understands the problem that they're solving and knows what challenges they'll face. So I thought that, really focused in, like almost the opposite of Team 3, right? Team 3 was giving us tons of options, and Team 2 was going really into a lot of detail, which again I really enjoyed, and also of course the piezoelectric elements as well. I thought was really cool. So yeah, there was lots to really recommend. All of these presentations, you should all be very proud of yourselves.
Yeah, I agree.
And I was just for all of them, I was thinking to myself, this is what I used to really hate in school, because obviously there's no way you can design a bridge in what did we give them, an hour, right? This takes teams of people, hundreds, thousands of hours. So, we were kind of presenting you with an impossible challenge right out of the gate, but you all took, again, really nice approaches, thoughtful approaches, and different approaches. Like with, again, Team 2, you kind of picked one. Team 3, you guys said, okay, let's kind of sample the field. And Team 1, again, you focused on your areas, the social impact, the process. So.
Yeah, and I think it's a good example, because in a real life project, it's also, you need to start somewhere and start to gather ideas, and then you break those problems into little pieces and you start to solve them one by one. It's just really important to keep the scrutiny of what you are doing. Like if you have an innovative idea, it's all really good to remember that, to think about other disciplines, or like if you want to add like vegetation layers on the bridge, for example, which is a great idea, but then you need to also think that what does it mean for the structure or for the usability, to think about the other stakeholders. So that's also really good to keep in mind.
Okay, so I'm going to announce the winner soon. But before I do that, I want to talk about the marking criteria. So we were marking it on communication. So your ability to communicate. There was lots of great communication going on here. Good slides, good talk, considering it, being yourselves. Part of being a good communicator is communicating badly with confidence. Frankly, we all make mistakes, and it's carrying on. That's you're not a bad communicator if you stutter. You're a bad communicator if you stutter and then have to stop. It gets to you. So that everyone was communicating really well. So I thought that was really fantastic. So well done to you all. Scalability. So in terms of what is scalability, right? It's the ability of a solution or an approach to be applied elsewhere in many other ways. In terms of innovation, we all thought this was a bit vague. I got a bit of flack for this one. But for me, innovation is thinking about jobs to be done. It's thinking about the people that are involved. It's thinking about the work they need to do, and thinking about how you work with and for them. So innovation for me is really a people-based thing. And feasibility is like, well, can we do this? Can we do this every time? Is this financially viable? Is it practical? Is it gonna, is it gonna work in this solution? So those are the criteria that we used, and we came together, and we did have to negotiate a bit, but we did agree. So who would one of you like to announce? Or who one of us? There we go. We're gonna.
Okay. So after tough negotiation and pointing out, we thought that the team who showed the best trade-off of all the scales was team number 1.
So if you wouldn't mind coming up, team number 1, and you can shake our hands, but we will be sending you a deck of 0 cards. So come on, team 1, up you come, all of you, up there we go. It's wonderful to have you.
Congratulations.
Sonia, you got your phone out.
Well done. Thank you. Well done. Thanks. Well done.
Right, okay, yes, we're going to stand either side, look proud. We've got something for them to hold. We need something to hold. Yes. Yeah, he needs the deck of cards back, I'm afraid, but you can hold them. Okay, so do you want to stand in the middle and look? Yeah, show, yeah, like, look, I won a thing. Oh, yeah, you could do it however, which way you want. No, that's fine. And then I think I should probably, I'll stand on this side, and we'll look proud. And then we'll do photos. Lovely. Excellent, we're all done? All right, well, thank you very much. Congratulations. Great, cheers. Thank you. Cheers.
Good.
Excellent, okay. So we have had a pretty wonderful day here today. Managed not to set off the speakers. I feel like I've learned a lot today. And I'd be quite enthused by speaking to all of you. We are going to be having a little networking session shortly. I think it's time to pass over to Jonathan to give us some further thoughts.
I'm not even sure what this next session is, but I think it's the close out and the Q&A. What I might do actually is just throw my last few slides up again, if that's possible, from my first presentation, just to talk about what we've got going on, and then we can go and have a cold can of Coke before we embark. I've been outside; it's absolutely boiling.
Is it? Oh, right. I thought it was hot in here.
Yeah, it is actually this presentation, isn't it? I can use the 1980s bomb thing to...
Yes, for those of you that aren't in Zero already, please get your phones out on that QR
Start with that
code.
slide.
Yeah.
Wow, that's
If
intense.
it doesn't work, let us know.
Firstly, thank you very much for putting the effort into attending. I know it's a challenge to attend these things. It takes a lot of energy and effort even to get here and ask for the time off work or even just pay for the train. So thank you very much for making the effort to get here and actually participating. Thank you very much for Henry for being the most energetic human on the planet as usual and making things go well.
Thank you.
My organisation isn't as good as it should be, but Henry always makes it work, no matter how bad it is. And we can blame Matt for some of that. He was probably watching on YouTube. But again, thank you very much. Thank you to Bentley for giving us this fantastic space with the best view, probably in England, with the best backdrop in England as well from the screen.
Yeah, fantastic. What a setup.
I'm not sure what I'm stood on, but...
Jealous. This is genuinely a screen, right?
Yeah.
Like, you could change this.
I can see why you panicked when I dragged a chair across
Some great content as well. I thought it was really good that we got to do something practical. Like, people did stuff. I think there's a lot of days like this where you get talked at. A bit like this, but for the whole day. So I think it was really cool to have something interactive.
Yeah, no, absolutely. So I'm going to reverse through this presentation and freestyle it. But please remember that you're not just engineers and you're not just built environment professionals. You do have agency to change the world. And engineers built this planet. Chris and I were chatting on a table behind us. We literally make the world work. Everything around us, the infrastructure, the water, the hospitals, the road, the rail, everything that makes the world, the planet function is built by engineers and construction professionals. So you do have agency to change and actually build good things. But please do join us. Look at our beautiful spinning GIF that is working. It doesn't very often work. But please do scan the QR code and sign up if you haven't. Everything we produce is free at the point of access to the members. So if you want to read anything we produce, you get access to the Google Drive and the playbook, and you can download everything and do what you want with it. Contribute and comment on it, because it's not perfect. It never will be, and that's the whole point in it. But this is quite exciting. We are going to be relaunching our academy, and we're in the throes of getting this on the left sorted, getting a specialist third party to rebuild our academy professionally, rather than what I produced late at night with version 1 of the academy, which is fantastic, but I'm not a specialist in e-learning. And that is going to give us, well, all our content, all our e-learning, everything from the workshops we've done with Bentley over the last 12 months, in access to technically hundreds of thousands of users in the AEC world, which is quite exciting. And that is happening at, keep going back. Where was that? Oh. See, reversing to the presentation.
There's the cards.
See, there's the cards.
Back when we were all super hyped to our AI art, and you wouldn't get chased out of online forums for using it.
No, the gaming cards are actually, we built them for the deck schools. So, but we've actually sold, I think, around 162 decks now. I don't know who's got them, but people are buying them. There's one manufacturer on the planet that produces them, that produces single kind of bespoke printed decks and send them to your house. Everyone else wanted us to buy like tens of thousands of sessions. But we're going to be launching that at this in April next year. Don't know how I get myself into these things, Henry, but it's probably going to happen at some point. It's a silly idea, but it's going to be a fantastic idea.
You like writing checks, and some of us like cashing them for you, so you're all right.
Thank you, yeah. We're quite excited for this. We're not doing this on our own. We're doing this in partnership with some really interesting groups. So please do keep an eye out for more information on this.
So yeah, I mean, thank you to all of you for coming today and participating. I've really enjoyed the conversation, hearing from all of you. Thank you to all of our speakers that have been involved throughout the day, those who are still here and those who've had to go. But thank you also, of course, to, and stand up, Sonia Duncheva and Jonathan Monkley, who did the majority of the heavy lifting to make this event happen, as well as Matthew Jackson.
I did not do much heavy lifting. Matthew online.
No, ignore him. Clap the man. Well done. Well done. And of course, you, Matt Jackson, online as well, for all your work.
Matt.
Thank you so much.
Thanks, Matt. And thank you, Adita, as well, for putting up with our terrible organisation and kicking us down the road when we weren't doing what we should have.
So, yes, it's been wonderful. We're going to have our little networking session. It's great to have everybody here. Zero Next, Zero Team, Bentley, you know, all the different organizations, all the things I've learned. I always come away from these things feeling super enthused. GS Wanna Hear, classic. Hearing about, learning more things about concrete, learning more things about having wind turbine bollards. Never heard of that before. That was awesome. You know, learning about all these things like the data, digital twins, really enthused. So thank you so much for all of your time. It really made it very special. I think we should maybe have a little break, don't you?
I think at the end.
Yeah, we're gonna have a break, and we have some refreshments available, right?
Yes, we do. We do now. We do now. We do now.
Yes. Any questions about sign up? I hope you are going to join, but we can corral you. We will corral you. So yes, again, thank you very much. If you want to leave your bags and stuff for here for now, that's fine, but we'll be hanging out over there. We'll make sure that you will go home with your stuff. Thank you so much for making today so special. Thank you very much.
I think you need to say thank you again, Henry.